Conjuring. Magic and Alchemy Books 2. By Sierra Graves. Chapter 1. Rori. Everywhere I looked was a violet haze. Nothing was in it, no figures, no landmarks, just a haze I was slowly walking through. I should have wanted to leave, but it was comforting, though strange. It felt like it wanted me to stay. Voices murmured around me. Chaz and Brogan, a few others I recognized. "You have to go back, you know." I whirled around, unsure of how long I'd been lost in this comforting fog, to find a shadowy figure about my height, shaped like me, but with glowing violet eyes. "Who are you?" "Another part of you," she replied. "And you can't stay here forever." "Why not?" The fog began to recede, and the events of the battle, my first battle, trickled through my mind. The cleansers attacked the barricade, broke through. The explosions, gunfire cracking around us as we ran. I flinched as it erupted again, ducking as if I would be shot. My hand flew to my side, which was suddenly throbbing in pain, but there was no wound. "I can't do this. I'm not a damned soldier." "Yes you can, you don't have a choice," the shadow said. "Go back, Rori." "No. You. What did I do out there?" I whispered. I was me, but I wasn't. That power was not the power of a mage. "Not just the power of a mage," the shadow corrected. "You are so much more, and it's time you understand that. Go back to the others. We will speak again." "But who are you?" I demanded, my body slipping away from the fog as the scenes of the fight unfolded all around me. The tidal wave I'd created with Chaz and Brogan crashed around me, leaving behind dead in its wake. The dead animals I pulled up from the ground, they'd attacked those soldiers, killed a few more. I'd killed people, and hadn't even batted an eye. What did we do? We did what was necessary, and it won't be the last time. No, I'm not a killer. You are when it matters most. The shadow was suddenly directly in front of me, resting a hand on my shoulder. "You will do what you must, in order to survive, Rori. I will not let you fall. You're not me. You can't be. I'm not that cold-hearted. Part of you is. Part of you must embrace who you truly are." The figure reached for my hand. There on the back was a scythe and a skull. I flinched at the sight of the marking that had not been there earlier. "There is more to you than you first thought. Before long you will have to make a choice, one that will either save those around you or let them all fall." The shadow shoved me. I was falling through the fog, as it parted around me. More gunshots sounded loudly in my ears, and I cringed, curling in on myself, willing it all to stop. But then I jerked, and my eyes opened as I sat up in a bed. "Rori? She's awake." Hands grabbed my shoulders. I flinched as a face came into focus. "Hey, you're all right. You're safe. Rori?" I blinked furiously, and Brogan's face finally came into view. I relaxed in his grip and hugged him hard. "Are you okay?" "Chaz, where is he? What happened?" I glanced behind him. Chaz was hurrying toward me. I studied his face. "You good?" "We're alive. That counts as good." He rested his hand on my arm with a small smile. "How do you feel?" "Like shit," I admitted with a quiet laugh. "I had the weirdest dream, couldn't have been real, right?" I mumbled. They exchanged a funny look. I pulled back to assess how bad the aftermath of that fight had been. The last fragments of my dream slipped away, and I told myself that's all it was. There'd been no shadow figure, no fog, whatever power I'd used had been all frost mage, right? I raised my hand to smooth back my messed up hair when I saw it. The marking there. No, it was a dream. "Rori," Chaz said slowly. I shoved them both away, needing to get out of there. "It was real what I did. What we did. We killed people," I whispered. My stomach turned in a sickening way. "I killed those soldiers." I sucked in a deep breath, but that only made it worse as the room spun around me. "You need to calm down," Brogan said gently, trying to get me to lay back down. "Rori, stop, you're going to tear open your wound." "I don't care," I shouted. A violet burst shot out from my hands, throwing them away from me. I froze, not sure what the hell I just tapped into, but I wasn't willing to hurt them. Whatever control I had over my mage abilities vanished. As the necromancer side I never knew I had exploded in a rush of violet and shadow at my hands. I slipped out of bed, stumbling and staggering my way to the door. "Rori," Brogan yelled. I picked up the pace, pushing through the pain to get away from them. Glimpses of the battle came back to me. I heard a loud crash nearby and jumped, ducking low, thinking there was around me again. Another loud sound had me dropping low. My limbs stiffened, muscles cramping as they remembered the electric shock that had come from those grenades. The shock that left me defenseless, without my power. Using the wall, my hands leaving a trail of shadow behind me that slowly ate away at the stone, I made it outside and fell to my knees. The sky was overcast and the air was heavy. I looked around and marveled at the destruction. The outpost gate was nothing but a mangled heap of metal now. The 2 watchtowers were rubble. A quick glance showed several other buildings had been destroyed. When I looked in the distance at 4 Point, several buildings there were heavily damaged too. It looked like a damned war zone. I fell to my knees, my hands striking the ground. Shadows swirled around me, reaching into the ground, seeking what had died to bring it back to life. My necromancy was at work. "Rori, you have to calm down," Chaz said firmly. I looked at him over my shoulder. I saw him, and Brogan, Blade, and a few others I didn't recognize. I wanted to stop it, but just as it had when we were attacked, I was too overwhelmed to remain in full control. My power grabbed hold of anything it could, grass, vegetation, varmints, and began to bring them all back to life. Green grass sprouted around me, breaking through the gravel and concrete as I called for it to return. All I could see was the men I killed, the explosions around us, the shocks that hit all of us. Brogan took a few steps closer, but I yelled at him to stay back, twisting around so fast my wound seared in pain. I toppled forward. I blinked, trying to see through the pain and the burning tears filling my eyes. Then Agnes was there. Her hand pressed to my forehead and I passed out. The violet haze wasn't there this time, but I was fine with the darkness. Too bad the pain came with it. Something kept tugging on my side and I winced. Whatever it was that caused me pain continued for a long while, it seemed. When it was over, something warm was placed over it. A voice sighed heavily. I think it was my own. "You should have told her she was exactly like her father. That she had both paths within her." "Agnes, that was Agnes." "What good would that have done?" a man's voice grunted. "Moran. It had to be him. She could have prepared for it, known what was coming, but now the powers are fighting against each other inside her. That is not because I didn't tell her a damn thing. You're right. It's from her and the others being thrown into a battle they weren't prepared for. You and your damned training. You always think it should be enough for someone to take a life, to have to fight to survive, but it never is. You are a damned fool, always a fool. You can never prepare someone for that moment. You can try harder," she shot back. They were not born soldiers, no matter who their parents or uncles were. And Rori is exactly like her father. Kind and good. Killing is not her first instinct, and it's going to tear her apart. She doesn't have a choice. None of us do anymore, Moran muttered. We're at war, whether we want to be or not. Rori, Chaz, and Brogan are the only elite guard team we have now. I need them all to find a way to push through and keep fighting. Keep being a team. If you're not careful, you'll push them too hard and they'll break, she warned. She needs rest and training, but none of us can offer her that. Her team can. She'll have to trust in them and herself. You're putting too much pressure on her, just like you did Trevor. There was a long pause. I nearly opened my eyes. I realized nothing was stopping me from waking up. But the second they knew I was awake, they'd cease their conversation, and I wanted to hear more. You can say it, Moran murmured. Say what? You blame me for Trevor and the others' deaths. You've held it in all these years, but I know you do. That's not what we're talking about now, Agnes argued. No, but it's what you're thinking. You think I'm going to get the three of them killed, too. Keeping my breathing even was growing harder by the second, but I managed, not wanting to give myself away. You are a determined man, Moran, you always have been. And sometimes, that determination to find and crush your enemies gets in the way. Don't let it this time, that's all I ask. They're so young. They've barely lived. Don't throw their lives away so easily. I don't plan to. Moran's voice was heavy. When she wakes, I want her to work on gaining control. And let the others know we're moving out in a few days. To where? Somewhere safer than here. Somewhere to give the three of them a chance before cleansers come for them again. One set of steps walked away, but Agnes laid her hand on my forehead, whispering words I didn't catch, and then she was gone too. I waited, counting the seconds in my head, then opened my eyes. I was alone. A glance at my side told me I had ripped open my wound, and Agnes stitched it back up for me. I hadn't meant to freak out, but there was too much going on inside my head to deal with. And having Brogan and Chaz there, seeing them hurt from the attack, something in me snapped. I propped myself up on the pillows and looked at my hands. There was no power swirling around them now. Necromancer. I was a necromancer and a frost mage. Just like Dad. Why hadn't they told me? Did Moran know what would happen if he kept it quiet? That the first time I used that power, it would be that violent and uncontrollable? Or did he just want to find out what I was really capable of? If I was as good as Trevor Griffith. Or not. Agnes blamed him for my dad's death, and part of me wondered if I should do the same. No matter what he promised, as far as taking care of us. From their conversation, I realized that battle was going to be the first of many against a crazed enemy. More fighting. More deaths. More killing. Was I ready for that? Rori? Brogan stood in the doorway, looking unsure if she should come in or not. Hey, I managed to get out and held out my hand for his. Sorry, about freaking out earlier. Everyone's all right, right? Yeah. The courtyard is covered in grass and flowers now, but everyone's fine. He smiled, but I couldn't get myself to do the same. Instead, tears welled in my eyes, and then he was pulling me into his arms, sitting beside me on the bed. Hey, it's fine. We're all fine. No, I'm not fine, I mumbled, clinging to his shirt. I have no idea how to control those powers, none. I'm going to hurt someone. You just have to have a little faith in yourself. It's not just that. I killed people. I keep seeing them, hearing their screams as they die. We did that. And Moran wants us to keep doing it. Keep fighting, and I'm not ready. Brogan held me, saying nothing as I cried against his chest. There wasn't much to say, really. We'd been thrown into this life, and neither one of us could get out. And if we failed, Chaz would be screwed after the oath he swore. If we walked away, he'd be on his own, and he couldn't fight this army alone, no way in hell. He needed us, but drawing on that power again terrified me. You know, we're not sleeping too well either, Brogan whispered, smoothing a hand through my hair. I keep seeing their dead bodies. Chaz won't say it, but I hear him at night, growling in his sleep. You're not alone, Rori. Moran seems to think you and Chaz are the key to my learning control. He's probably right. You sure about that? I looked toward the door, then I told him about the conversation I overheard. How much can we really trust him not to send us into a situation we're not prepared for? And Agnes blames him for what happened to our families. Brogan leaned back against the wall. Lightning flickering in his eyes was the only indication that he was worried about what the future would bring. I trust him, he finally said. He didn't cause this attack. And to be fair, we ran into it headfirst without thinking. Instinct. It was instinct. I couldn't leave Chaz. Same here. But you're going to have to figure out how you feel about Moran, about all of us, on your own. And as for learning control, we'll help you. That's what we're here for. I thought of the shadow figure of myself, and a shiver raced down my back, colder than even I was used to. I don't even know how to tap into that side. It just comes out. Then I don't feel like myself. I feel like someone else is inside my head, my body. Not the most pleasant feeling in the world. When I was first working on controlling my shaman abilities, there were times they would get out of hand, and I had the same sensation. Did you ever have a shadow version of yourself talking to you inside your head? What? No. Not exactly. Is that what you saw? When? Right after the attack, I guess. Before I woke up. His brow furrowed. Brogan, how long have I been out? Which time? What do you mean? He got up slowly and paced away a couple of steps, then he turned back, shoving his hands in his pockets. You were out for about 4 days after the battle, he said quietly. And after you woke up and freaked out, you were out for another 2. That can't be right. Agnes and Moran were just in here. She stitched up my wound. Yeah, 2 days ago. My heart rate increased dramatically, and I grew dizzy. Brogan was back at my side. Why was I out for so long? I thought it was just a gunshot wound. It was, but Agnes said there was something else going on up here. He tapped my temple. Guess she was right, if you were having a conversation with yourself. You never seem to be distressed, so I doubt it's a bad thing. I nodded along with him, but internally I was arguing that he was wrong. That other me, the shadow figure, said it was there to make sure I did what was necessary. That I didn't let anything stop me from carrying out my mission. It was colder than me, more blunt and heartless. It had no face for me to gauge its expressions, but its voice had been flat and emotionless. Brogan asked if I was all right, and I told him I was. Can I go back to our apartment? I want to get cleaned up. You sure? I nodded. Yeah, I need to get out of this bed, move around. He offered me his arm, and together we walked out of the infirmary. In the corridor, Chaz was pacing back and forth. When he spotted us, he hurried over to hug me. I'm good, promise. I hugged him back. He held me longer than he had before, and I sank into him, loving the extra warmth that came from his abilities. I sensed Brogan's eyes on us and coughed, gently pushing back. Chaz let me go, looking into my eyes. If you say so. I do. Just wanted to get out of here. What's going on? They exchanged a look over my head. I rolled my eyes but said nothing. We're heading out in 3 days, Chaz replied. And? What happened during the fight? No one's told me anything. You haven't exactly been awake, Chaz pointed out, but 4 Point has already been evacuated. The recruits sent off to other locations, so we can condense our forces and increase protection for them. How many of our people died? I asked, my voice coming out hoarse. Chaz? Enough, he growled, and for now that's all you need to know. I glowered at him, but he shrugged as if to say deal with it. I'd figure it all out eventually. We reached our apartment, and I told them both I was fine. That they could go. Neither one made to go until I was down the hall, and shut my bedroom door, giving myself some privacy. We'd be packing up and moving again soon anyway. Who knew what this new place would be like? I walked into the bathroom and cringed at my tangled white hair. It was strange, but at the same time I was becoming the new Rori Griffith. Balance. It was all about balance, but if I couldn't find that balance, I feared the shadow figure inside my head would take full control, and then who would I be? If Dad could do it, then I could too, right? That's what I told myself, but a half hour later I still didn't believe it.
Chapter 2. Chaz. Brogan looked toward Rory's room long after she disappeared behind the closed door. I felt for the guy, knowing how much he cared about her and had watched her go through this mess. Seeing her shot had been hard enough, but witnessing her breakdown the other day reminded me how close I was to my own breakdown some early mornings. I'd wake up and stare at myself in the mirror, but the guy looking back at me wasn't familiar, not like he used to be. And as much as I told myself I cared for Rori the way a friend would, I began to feel it was more than that. When she'd hugged me, I hadn't wanted to let her go, but causing problems was not on my agenda. At least not while there was a war going on. She say anything? I asked Brogan when he plopped down on the couch. A bit. She hadn't realized how long she was out. He rested his head back, pinching the bridge of his nose. She said she had a conversation with herself. Like a dream? Not sure. The way she talked about it sounded like she was speaking to the source of the necromancer power in her. Or something. He shrugged. I don't know, but it's got her freaked out. Wouldn't you be? Yeah, I would. I am, actually. Silence weighed heavy in the apartment, and I glanced back at Rori's door as much as Brogan did, wondering which one of us would go check on her first. Moran seemed to believe Rori was going to follow in her dad's footsteps after we told him what she did during the fight. But as far as I could tell, she was far from being able to face a battle like that again. Or even to use her necromancy. She was unstable, and though I hadn't told Brogan, I'd poked my head in the infirmary after he went in. I saw her crying as he held her close. A lump formed in my throat, and the apartment suddenly seemed too small and confining. I got up and told Brogan I was taking a walk to clear my head. You want to talk about it? He asked as I reached the door. I've heard you at night, you know. Rori wasn't the only one having issues with our first fight. I told her and Brogan I was scared that day, and it had been true. When the cleansers attacked the barricade, I'd run straight toward them, convincing myself to put my fear aside as my parents had every time they left for a mission. I thought I was ready, but I'd been wrong and nearly got myself killed. If Brogan and Rori had intervened even a few seconds later, now I was second-guessing how strong I was. Together, though, I saw what we could do, our true potential, and it gave me hope that the next time we encountered those bastards, we'd have the upper hand. All Rori had to do was figure out how to gain control of her necromancy, and she'd be a badass in the field. Something told me it was not going to be as simple as that. I know, I said, but I'm good. We're a team, remember? And if we're going to have a chance, we can't hide anything from each other. Is there anything you want to talk about? I challenged. Brogan pursed his lips. Yeah. I will if you're willing to listen, he said, reluctance in his eyes. Neither one of us had said much about the battle, aside from recounting what occurred with our powers. We didn't talk about what we needed to, what it did to us mentally. Now we were in a war, and though there was a chance I would get my revenge, there was a whole army of fanatics and well-trained soldiers I had to get through to kill the assholes who murdered my parents. The odds of our surviving long enough to get that far weren't terrible, but they weren't great either. I had so much riding on killing them, more than Rori or Brogan, and it ate away at me how much of an idiot I'd been when I made that oath. I needed the three of us to be at our strongest, so we could not only save everyone, but save my own ass in the end. Maybe later, when Rori's ready to talk. I'll be back. I hurried out of the building and into the woods. The barricade had been repaired. Sure, Moran said for us to stay near the outpost, but whatever. Sorry, Moran, I mumbled as I entered the trees and a rush of power washed over me. I roared, shaking out my furry neck, then lumbered deeper into the forest. I made my way through the trees, to the place where the soldiers broke through the barricade. The crack was faint, but it would remain until the magic repaired itself. They'd attacked it with the same grenades that shocked us, cutting off our access to our powers for a while. A few feet from me was the spot where I'd been shot down. Blood stained the dirt and grass. I tracked our footsteps, where Rori and Brogan had made an attempt to haul me to safety. When I reached the place we'd been shocked, I sniffed the ground and huffed at the overwhelming stench of gunpowder and many scents from the enemy soldiers. Without them here, the lingering stench of their hatred for us remained behind. Something crunched underfoot. I lifted my paw to find what remained of a raccoon, its body partially a skeleton. It was one of the animals Rori raised when we'd been pinned down. I studied the ground and found more small skeletons, torn to pieces by the soldiers' bullets. Sniffing the ground again, I tracked Rori's scent, coming across the dried blood from where she'd been hit. During those moments with the adrenaline flooding my veins, I'd acted on instinct. We all had. Now, with the imminent danger behind us, remembering what we'd been through made me shaky. Unable to hold my bare form any longer, I shifted back and leaned against a nearby tree. If my parents could see me now, what would they think? I was a joke. Always playing the hard ass, and now look at me. Falling apart when faced with the reality of that night. Unable to stay there any longer, I hurried back to 4 Point, then through the gate to the outpost. Only to find Agnes waiting for me, a scowl on her face. Where were you? Taking care of something at the dorms, I lied. Her brow shot up. What? I put on an innocent look. Moran was very specific about not going into the woods. I had to see it again, I muttered, walking past her and hoping she'd leave it at that. I really should have known better. Come with me, she ordered, then turned the opposite direction. Agnes, I argued. Her glare shut me up. I fell in line behind her until we reached her workshop, and she shut the door behind me, not saying a word, then continued to the rear of the building. She dragged several large crates closer, opened them, then unlocked the cages holding the crafted weapons. Are you going to stand there? Or are you going to help? I have to get this place packed and ready to go. I'd expected a lecture of some kind. I pulled over a few empty crates and started at the far end of the wall, taking down weapons. I recalled the name of each one I pulled off the wall. All learned during my lessons over the years I'd grown up here. Each one had been wielded by an incredible shaman or druid. Even a few priests had preferred blades to staves. When those were tucked away, I moved on to the daggers, finding peace in the routine of removing and carefully packing away each weapon. Many of these had seen intense fighting, while others hadn't been used except to enforce our laws. I wondered what would happen to the sword Agnes forged for me 2 years ago. I'd had no cause to use it yet, and hadn't even had it with me when the cleansers attacked. I relied on my bare form for any intense hand-to-hand. Except the cleansers had taken my shape-shifting away from me. Another attack could come at any time, from any direction. The time for being a recruit was over. My real-life graduation was nearly a week ago. And already, I had been so close to failing. Rori and Brogan had been hurt. I'd felt their pain through the connection we shared, already so strong. It would only get stronger the more we worked together, until we fought as a single unit, one mind. I wiped at my eyes, overwhelmed with the raw emotions of all I'd already lost and what I'd found, and then nearly lost again. I had taken lives, it was true, and as guilty as it made me, I would do it again if it would keep Rori and Brogan safe. I sat, rubbing my eyes. Agnes approached, put her hand on my shoulder. Every soldier faces what you are facing now, she said quietly. If you and the others are to have a hope of getting through this, you must learn to overcome these emotions. I thought I was ready for this. No one is ever ready to take lives. How am I supposed to just get over it? Not get over it. But you must open up, speak to each other. The three of you are bonded in a way now, and keeping your true emotions from each other will make it worse. There is no more room for secrets. You are strong, Chaz. You are the son of 2 great fighters who had plenty of breakdowns of their own, she assured me. And what did they do to get through them? They had each other, they had you. The 4 of them were closer than any team I'd ever seen. She grabbed my shoulders hard as she faced me. If you are to destroy this enemy, the 3 of you must become even stronger. You make it sound too damned easy. Trust Chaz. You have to trust them. Pretty sure I do with my life actually, I confessed. It was hard not to, after they risked their lives to come and save me. I blew out a breath. Agnes patted my cheek. Right, yes, we should get back to packing. No, you need to go to them. And what are we supposed to do? Sit in a circle, hold hands and talk. She rolled her eyes toward the ceiling and shoved me toward the door. Stop being an ass for starters. Follow your instincts. Now get out of my sight before I give you a jolt, for good measure. I stood outside our shared apartment thinking over what Agnes told me. In all my years of growing up here, The only two people I ever let myself get close to were Moran and her. That had to change. I opened the door, not sure what I would find inside. Brogan was in the kitchen, making coffee. He nodded toward the living room. I glanced over. Rori was on the couch, wearing sweats, her hair damp and hanging loose. Her feet were tucked up under her, and she was looking at nothing as far as I could tell. Without a word, I walked to the couch and sat down beside her. Brogan joined us, sitting on her other side. For a long while we simply sat there, shoulders touching. The connection we shared pulsed to life. Rori reached out and took our hands in hers. I won't lie, I was jealous when she rested her head on Brogan's shoulder, but her hand kept a firm grip on mine. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Want to talk about it? I asked quietly. Brogan eyed me curiously over Rori's head. I wasn't sure what that look meant. Whatever you're going through, we're going through it too. Are you? She asked tightly. I have no idea how this is going to work with me. So we'll figure it out, but you can't be scared of your power. That'll make it worse. Hard not to be when I can, summon the dead now. And who knows what else. I read about necromancers, so I'm fumbling around. What if I hurt you guys? I can't handle that. Then don't hurt us, I suggested. She glowered at me. Brogan smirked. He's got a point. She shook her head, but there was the hint of a smile on her face. You think we're going to let you figure it out on your own? Brogan added. No, but what? I challenged. We can handle ourselves just fine. And what you did out there, what we all did, we can't let it hold us down for long. Rori's small smile vanished instantly, and she curled in on herself. When she tried to take her hands back, Brogan and I refused to let her. Her icy blue eyes turned to me, so lost and worried. I couldn't bear it. I did the only thing I could think of, and began talking. I talked about the fight, about what it did to me, and as soon as I started talking, I wasn't able to stop. I told them both about the nightmares, and how I had no idea how we'd make it through another fight in one piece. I talked until my voice was hoarse, but then Brogan opened up, and Rori seemed surprised to hear we'd been having as much trouble as she was with accepting our new lot in life. Eventually, she told us everything she remembered about that night, as well as what she saw inside her head afterward. When she got into detail about the shadow figure, I caught Brogan's worried frown. From what she said, this other part of her was nothing like the Rori we both knew and cared for. She was emotionless and cold. Rori shuddered when she repeated the final words of the shadow. About having to be a killer in order to survive. You sure it didn't mean something less? Brogan shrugged. Brutal. I don't know. That's what it said. She let her head fall to the back of the couch. What if it changes me? Don't let it, I said firmly. If you think you're slipping, tell us. And if we think you're slipping, we'll tell you, Brogan added. Didn't you tell me Blade can tap into both frost and fire? Yeah, what about it? I know it's not exactly the same, but maybe he can help you out, give you some tips on how to find that balance between one path and another, Brogan suggested. Wouldn't hurt to ask, right? Guess not. I gave her hand a squeeze and stood. Until then, let's see what we can do for you. What? No, Rori said. But Brogan stood too, and together we pulled her off the couch. I don't have a good feeling about this at all. Remember how I was that first day? Pretty sure I'm back to being that girl. Chaz, really? Guys, come on. No, if you're going to make this work, you have to get over being scared of the power you have. I pulled her toward the center of the room, forming a small circle. Do you remember what you did right before you tapped into the necromancer side of you? Not sure. I was shot and thought we were all gonna die, she said in a flat voice. I don't think I can do this. I'm not ready to deal with two paths. You're going to have to figure it out sooner or later. Now, I'm not about to shoot you, so you're going to have to find another way to tap into it. She smacked my arm. I winced but laughed. Start by closing your eyes and clearing your mind. Brogan sighed. This is going to be a long night if you're going to start with meditating. I didn't say meditating. I said to clear her mind, I corrected. We all know how impatient Rori Griffith is. Ah. You guys are just so funny, she mumbled, closing her eyes. Are you clearing your mind? I asked 2 minutes later. What do you think I'm doing? Overthinking. Your hands are frosting over. I, for one, would prefer to not be turned into an ice sculpture. She cursed and reined her ice back in. See. This is not a good idea. I'm not ready. Yes, you are. Instead of clearing your mind, think of a moment that makes you happy, I said, hating to think she was going to focus on one of her shared moments with Brogan, of them kissing, him holding her close. I ground my teeth and mentally told myself to shut up. Tonight had nothing to do with my jealousy over what they shared. This was about Rori finding a way to connect with her other half. Have something in mind? She grinned as she bobbed her head. Think so? Now with that in mind, reach out to your other half, search for the path in your mind. Visualize an actual path, one you can walk on. Brogan kept shooting me questioning looks. When Moran first brought me here, I'd been a mess. It had taken a lot of work between him and Agnes to help me find my powers and inner strength. This was one of those ways. Visualizing my power as an actual walkable path inside my head. Once I had it in sight, it made it so much easier to travel through my power and see what I was capable of. If Rori could do the same and find a way to join the two paths, she'd be able to find the balance between the two. Potentially. Rori's face wrinkled. Her hand squeezed mine tightly enough to make me wince. What's going on? Talk to us, I said sternly. Rori. I can see the shadow figure, she whispered. She's there on the path. Go to her, I said. But remember, you're in charge. Not her. Her hand grew cold, and her breath puffed out in a white cloud. The wetness in her hair glistened with ice, and she craned her neck as if listening to someone. My pulse hammered in my chest, waiting. She yelped, and all three of us were thrown backward, barely managing to stay on our feet and keep hold of each other. What was that? Brogan grunted. Rori, you all right? Yeah, sorry. I saw the path. She shook out her frost-tipped hair, showering us with ice. But when I stepped on it, it threw me backward. Whatever you were thinking of, don't think it was strong enough. Try something else, I told her. Something maybe that didn't make you happy, but showed yourself who you are. Rori gave me a funny look. What? Did I say something wrong? No, just wondering how 1 minute you can be wise beyond your years. And then the next, a total jackass. Brogan laughed. You think you're so funny, I growled. Try again, smartass. See what I mean? She mumbled but closed her eyes as we reformed our small circle. This time, ice covered her hands and shot up her arms, but when she breathed out, the white cloud had a tinge of violet to it. Brogan caught my eye, neither of us spoke, not wanting to interrupt whatever was happening in Rori's mind. The ice covering her hands and arms changed color, and as we watched, a shadow appeared, moving like a paintbrush. Gliding around her hands and fingers, then up her arms. The sight transfixed me, and soon the marks reached her neck, up to her cheeks and around her eyes. Her breathing was steady, and a look of peace came over her. The minutes ticked by, but she never opened her eyes. Should we be worried? Brogan whispered. Not sure, I replied quietly. I'd never met a necromancer. I had no idea what to expect. Just when Brogan seemed ready to interrupt her, her eyes shot open. We both flinched. Swirls of icy blue and dark violet glowed in their depths. Her gaze shifted to the floor. A swarm of frost burst to life, shadows intermingling with the ice. I took a half step back. Chaz, Brogan said hesitantly, a question in his voice. I had no answers. No idea what she was doing. The ice and shadows began to take shape, stretching and forming into a shape resembling a dog. It grew larger, and soon there was a wolf. Brogan and I had to let go of our grip and step back to give the beast room. It was easily half the size of my bear form. As it began to solidify, I realized she was finding her familiar. When it stopped growing, the shadow and ice rushed around it, blocking it from view. Rori let out a gasp and staggered backward, hunched over and sucking in air. "Rori!" Brogan smoothed her hair back from her face, but she smiled. "You all right?" "Think so, oh wow," she whispered. A large white wolf with glowing eyes, one violet, one blue, stood before us. She reached out to him, and he nuzzled her hand with his snout. "I did it. I found my familiar." The wolf turned his head. She jerked her hand back. The other half of the wolf's face was barely more than the skeleton of the beast, and a few scraps of fur. "It's half dead." "It's reflecting the paths you follow," I said, not sure if that was why or not, but it was the only explanation I had. "Feel better now?" Rori nodded, reaching out to pet the wolf again. "Thank you both," she murmured. The ice and marks on her body were slowly fading away, as if they'd never been there at all. I headed to the kitchen, giving the familiar a decent amount of room, just in case, and poured us coffee. Brogan and Rori were talking quietly, but when he went to put his arm around her waist, she slipped out of his reach, a weird glint in her eyes. Confusion crossed his face. He shoved his hands in his pockets though, and brushed it off. I waited, then I took the coffee over, studying Rori interacting with her familiar. She ran her hands down its neck, but the smile that seemed so genuine when she came out of her trance suddenly appeared fake, like it was a strain to keep it. My brow furrowed, and my instincts went on high alert. Those icy blue eyes latched onto my gaze, and it was like the air went out of my lungs from the intensity of that one look. "Chaz, something wrong?" Brogan joined me. I slid him one of the mugs, unable to answer until Rori lowered her gaze. She snapped her fingers, and her familiar disappeared with a loud crack. "No, nothing," I said as Rori walked over. I slid the third mug to her. She took it with a mumbled thanks. Brogan said something about our plans for tomorrow. With half my mind still on Rori, I told him we'd be busy packing up the rest of the outpost, then moving out to a safer location. Where, I hadn't been told yet. But from what I picked up, it was further north. There were outposts scattered all throughout the mountains and to the northern border with Canada. We would go as far as needed to stay away from the cleansers until we were ready. Rori sipped her coffee, chatting with Brogan. She sounded like herself, but deep down, a nagging voice said whatever we had done together did not go as planned.
Chapter 3. Brogan. In the courtyard, I hefted crates into one of the many trucks making ready to leave the outpost behind. Cold weather was settling in, and I puffed warm air into my hands, rubbing them together briskly. Every soldier was here helping load, though not all were leaving the outpost. Some were staying behind, to keep up appearances that we were still here. Or at least someone was. We weren't actually pulling out until night, to give us a chance of secrecy. Unless they were watching the outpost right now, then there was really no point. Moran said he sent out scouts, and none of them reported seeing suspicious activity along the roads. But really, nothing he said made me feel better at this point. The cleansers managed to get to the barricade and break in without anyone realizing they were in the area. "Hey slacker," Rori teased and shoved another crate toward me. "How are you not cold?" I muttered, shivering at the sight of her walking around in her black pants and matching tank. "I have ice flowing through my veins, remember?" "Yeah, well, for my sake, put a damn jacket on." I picked up my end of the crate, and together we lifted it and slid it into the truck. "Nearly finished." Her eyes took on a faraway look. "Rori." I said her name 2 more times. She gave herself a shake. "Huh. The crates. Are we almost finished loading?" She gave a distracted nod. "Think so. Not much left in there, except bare-bone supplies for the crew staying behind." "You good?" She locked eyes with me briefly. "Yeah, why?" "Nothing, just checking. How's your side?" "Hurts, but the stitches are holding." "If Agnes sees you lifting shit, she's going to yell at you," I warned. I'm surprised you're not yelling at me. I know better. I winked. She moved closer and wrapped an arm around my neck. The move surprised me, but I hid it and leaned in to kiss her. Since she found her familiar, she'd been growing distant toward me. Most of the time, she stood so there was distance between us. And when I'd reach for her, she'd slip out of reach, making it look like she was moving away by coincidence. Then there were moments like this one, where she was the Rori I'd come to know and started to fall for. "Are you okay?" she asked when she pulled back, both of us breathing heavily. "Just cold, ready to get on the road. Being here makes me nervous," I lied. "Well, partly. We were uncertain if the cleansers would attack this outpost again after their first failure. Every day we were here was another day of waiting for the second shoe to drop." "Me too," she sighed, watching the woods warily. "We're going to be fine," I promised. "We'll get out of here and get to this new safe house. We'll be good." She kissed me again and said she was going to go grab her things from her room, that she'd see me inside. I watched her hurry away, my smile falling as soon as she was out of sight. It had to all be inside my head, that's what I told myself, not that it made me feel any better. Once we were settled at the new outpost, I'd watch her more closely, if only to prove to myself I was simply paranoid. "Wake up, man, we're here." Chaz socked me in the shoulder. I bolted upright in the front seat of the truck, yawning and stretching. "Where exactly is here?" I peered out the windshield, at the rising sun on the horizon. "Is that snow?" "Yep, welcome to the outpost in Montana. Middle of freaking nowhere." "That's good though." "Right. Guess so, but we're far away from reinforcements if we need them." We rumbled down a gravel road that gave way to dirt after another mile. I frowned as we drove up to a ramshackle barbed wire fence with a faded sign. So faded, I couldn't read it. We followed the line of vehicles in front of us through what I assumed used to be a checkpoint gate, and on to what looked like a rundown cabin with a few outbuildings. "This is the outpost." "You're kidding." "Underground," he said with a smirk. "One of the best hidden outposts of the Vanguard." "Oh, that's comforting," I grumbled, not liking the idea of being shoved in a cave, underground, away from the sunshine and the clear open sky. Not sure I liked this idea anymore. It was Moran who constructed it. Why would a shaman ever agree to be underground? You'd have to ask him, but there's very few who know of this base, very few. "We should be safe here until we're ready." His words filled the cab of the truck as he put it in park. Neither one of us made a move to get out though, watching as others unloaded in front and behind us. We'd be busy the rest of the day, unpacking and getting acquainted with our new home. Sparring would have to wait until the next day at the earliest. Chaz flung open his door to climb out. I mirrored him, my boots sinking into the mud and snow as I shut my door and joined the crowd near the cabin. Moran was the first inside and walked to the rear wall. There, he shoved a painting of a moose aside and flattened his hand on a metal panel. I expected to see an electrical scan of some kind, but instead, his power pulsed, lighting the mark on the back of his hand, and the floorboards folded in on themselves, revealing a trapdoor. He grunted as he heaved it open, and we looked into a large freight elevator. "All right, let's get a supply train going," he ordered. "I want this convoy unloaded, and all vehicles hidden in the bunker within the hour. Let's move people." The next hour was a mad, somewhat orderly rush of the convoy being unloaded, and each crate stacked and sent down to the lower levels. I was eager to get down there and see what our new living circumstances were going to be, but Moran held us back until all the supplies were sent down, and the trucks were hidden in a bunker I hadn't noticed when we pulled up. Only then did Moran lead me, Chaz, Rori and Agnes to the lift to head below ground. "Welcome to your new home," he said as the elevator jerked to a stop and the doors parted. The outpost was insane. We stepped out onto a platform, with catwalks stretching every which way from it. Below was what I assumed the ground floor, and as I leaned over the railing and looked up, saw more walkways with corridors leading off them, carved out of the stone. "How big is this place?" I asked. "Big enough to hide an army if need be," Moran replied. I'll show you to your rooms, and then you three will meet me in the war room. Rory's eyes flared blue, but if she had any more issues with us being in a war, she kept them to herself. Our quarters ended up being 2 levels up from the ground floor, down the second hall on the left. The entire base was in the shape of a circle, so I didn't worry too much about getting lost. We each had our own room. Rori ducked into hers, shutting the door behind her. I was tempted to follow and knock, but told myself I was overreacting and went to my room instead. The space wasn't anything special. It had a cot, a desk, a chest at the foot of the bed, and a tiny attached bathroom. Very tiny. I dumped my bag and stepped out to wait for the others. Chaz joined me a second later, and we stood around waiting for Rori. I checked my watch as 5 minutes passed, then 10. Finally, I knocked on her door. Rori. We should go meet with Moran. I knocked louder a second time when there was no answer. Chaz walked over and banged his fist next, yelling her name. We stepped back, ready to force the door when it flew open and Rori was there. What's all the fuss about? She asked with a smile. Something about that smile seemed off. You weren't answering, I replied. Everything okay? Course. She stepped out. Let's go find Moran. Her tone sounded strange. I caught the same confused, worried look in Chaz's eyes, then he took off after her, leaving me to catch up. Following Moran's earlier directions, we took the metal stairs to the main floor, where we joined him, Agnes, and the other commanders in a large room carved out of the stone. Several monitors covered the far wall, all of them turned off. A round table filled the central space. Moran nodded for us to take a seat, though he remained standing. We have news from the local vanguard, and you all have a right to hear it, Moran started. As much as I would like to stand here and deliver nothing but good news, I'm afraid all I have is bad news. Cleansers' attacks have increased. There have been several anti-magic protests that turned violent. No deaths yet, but there are reports of magic users near these protests who were corrupted. How many? Chaz asked. Enough for the government to take notice and tell us we had best get our people under control, Moran snapped. Why? It's not our doing. It's their people. Rori's tone was flat, though her eyes flared blue with a hint of violet. They should be doing something about it, instead of leaving us to clean up their mess. Though I agree with you, I'm afraid that's not how they see it. And as of now, we have no way to prove this group is anything more than a bunch of radicals taking out their anger on us. So then we need proof. How do we get it? Chaz asked. We have men working on that, but you three are to continue your training. We have tracked down several priests who will be arriving over the next few days to see if you are compatible. Though you don't technically need a 4th member, I want you to be as strong as we can make you, Moran informed us. What about these weapons they're using? I chimed in. Until we get our hands on them, all we know is what you three told us. And? I glanced at Chaz, hearing the same agitation in that one word as I felt at that moment. And we've called in all the experts we have in those fields, but they haven't had much time to replicate anything that has the same effect as what you described, Moran explained. Patience and training are what I need from you three now. Understand? But it is those weapons causing the corruption then? I asked to clarify. As far as we can tell, yes. Moran's gaze shifted from Chaz to Rori. I hear you're making headway with your new path. She shot Chaz and me a glare so brief, I wasn't sure if I imagined it. I have a familiar now. Good. Have you been able to fully tap into those powers yet? I will be ready. Nothing to worry about. Moran frowned. I realized I wasn't the only one picking up on Rori's strange change in attitude. He wrapped it up, then there is nothing left to say. The vanguard will be tracking the cleansers. The priests will be arriving first thing in the morning. I suggest you three rest while you can. Dismissed. Rori was out the door first and was down the corridor before I could even ask her if she wanted to take some time and explore the outpost. Something happened between you two? Chaz asked. Not that I know of. Sure, she's just tired, maybe going to work on her necromancy, I said, knowing he'd see through that excuse. I waited for him to give me shit for it, but instead he seemed as worried as I was. Do you think she's acting off? He shuffled his feet and shrugged, two things I rarely saw him do. Aren't we all acting differently than we used to? That different, though. I almost went on to tell him how many times she'd pulled away from my touch, without an explanation. After the three of us had a breakthrough with her necromancy, I assumed she would have gotten over her fear of being around us. It was the only explanation that made sense. Give her time, we all have to readjust. Yeah, you're right, I said, keeping my tone positive. I'm going to give myself a tour of the place. Want to join? Got nothing else to do. And we set off. All the while, my thoughts raced to what was really going on with Rori. The following morning, I waited outside Rori's door for her to exit, and when she finally did, the smile on her face didn't reach her eyes. Casually, I reached for her hand. That same moment, she lifted it to brush her hair from her face. She even sidled further away, putting space between us. I let it go, again, but deep down, I wanted to drag her to a stop and ask her what was wrong. Moran had left a message for us to meet in the underground training dome, to discover if we were compatible with the priests. I didn't expect us to be compatible, and after we ran through sparring exercises with both priests, my expectations proved out. They were great at what they did, but there was no meshing. No connection like the three of us had the first time we trained together. Afterward, Rori seemed back to herself, and I chalked up her earlier behavior to nerves. Though to be fair, I saw no hint of necromancy at all. You're going to have to use it again, Chaz told her sternly at dinner. She shrugged one shoulder, picking at her food. Rori, we've been over this. No more hiding away. We can take whatever you throw at us if it does get out of hand. Trust yourself, he encouraged. She shoved her plate aside and mumbled something about going to bed early. This time, I followed her back to her room, knocking on her door when she closed it. I waited for her to tell me to go away, but she opened it. Brogan. Did I do something? I blurted out, ignoring the questions I'd rehearsed in my head. What? No. Why would you think that? You've been acting differently around me. Her confused frown made me wonder if I had been blowing things out of proportion. I have. She tugged on one of her braids and sighed. Sorry, didn't realize I was doing it. She stepped back to let me in and closed the door behind me. She walked around me in the small room and sat down on the cot, crossing her legs and continued to pull on her braid. I joined her, sitting across from her, and took her hands in mine. What's bugging you, really? Nothing, at least I didn't think anything was. You really think I've been acting differently? You're pulling away from me. I rubbed my thumb over her knuckles. And not just as the guy you're dating. You did it all day while we were training. You keep holding back, but we're not sure why. I didn't realize I was doing it, she murmured. I don't want to, but I think I'm worried about all this power coming out in the wrong way. We can take care of ourselves. You say that, but what if you're wrong? The shift in her tone was subtle, but it was enough for me to pick up on. Her hand stopped holding mine as tightly too. You and Chaz are strong, but out of the three of us, I'm the one expected to carry the heavy burden. Who said that? No one, but it's the truth. She pulled away. I'm tired. I'm going to get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. I leaned in to kiss her, but she turned her face and I wound up kissing her cheek instead. Worry warred with annoyance as I left her room, sick to my stomach and wondering what changed since the night we found her familiar. Steps alerted me someone was coming, and as Chaz appeared at the end of the hall, I gave him a quick nod, then darted into my room before he could ask me anything about Rori. Chapter 4. Brogan. 4 days later, we were training. Again. Still. I reached for the living nature flowing through Chaz to fuel my lightning. Our power mingled and combined easily, as it had every time since the three of us fought together against a real enemy out in the woods. Since we all nearly died. Rori stood beside me, cold pouring off her like a pulsing heart of pure ice. She held her staff easily in her left hand, and her face was set and focused, nothing like how Rori used to look right before these sessions. Anxious and excited. This was not her. Hadn't been herself all week as far as I was concerned. After she turned her cheek to me, I stopped trying so hard to catch her hand or hug her. It threw me the times she latched onto me, laughing and trying to kiss me. Made me wonder what game she was playing. At first, I continued to let it go, but 2 days ago, she had given me a look of such contempt, I couldn't hide my aggravation anymore. Now, I was the one pulling away, and she was left with a hurt expression. There wasn't time for games, and whatever was going on with her mood swings, she would have to figure it out. I was not going to be her boyfriend, only when she felt like having one. I shook my head, and returned my mind to the current task at hand. On Chaz's other side was Nicolaus, a priest we hoped would be compatible. The 2 that came before him today had been failures. If he didn't work, then we were back to having no priest. Blade and Agnes stood across the room, more than ready to attack and knock us on our asses. Again. I sensed Rori pulling on my elemental connection to fuel her frost. The priest should have been able to pull from all our strengths to help with his light, but one of us was resisting. The strain echoed to all of us. Nicolaus grunted with the effort of using his light magic. Not to make things tense here, Nicolaus said, but one of you is pushing me back. Rori. I frowned at her. Her hand tightened on her staff. Relax, I instructed her. I am, she said. You're letting everything get to you. Stop. We have to find out if he's compatible, there's no getting around it. So just let him in and get it over with, I snapped. Chaz shot me a confused look but kept his mouth shut. Probably because of my tone. He'd noticed the tension between Rori and me. He might not anything it, but he was observant enough to know there was something wrong. Rori exhaled. I'm not trying to push him back. Maybe, I'm trying to ensure he doesn't get hurt. What the hell did that mean? And that tone? That was not the old Rori. This one came across as cold, hard. I bit back my frustration. He won't, as long as you pay attention to what you're doing. She raised a brow. Are you saying I'm incompetent? I'm saying you're acting like none of us are as strong as you are. We're a team, remember? So act like a part of the team. Let him attempt a connection with you. She shut her eyes and breathed in deeply. How about now? Better, Nicolaus said, but from the strain in his voice it wasn't by much. Blade and Agnes gave us another second to try and get ourselves aligned before they unleashed hell. Within 5 minutes, we were on our asses as Nicolaus's light magic collided with Rori's shadows and frost. He cursed as his hands shook with the sudden wave of cold, until she managed to rein it back in with a mumbled apology. I shot her a look, but she wouldn't meet my gaze. Her face shifted from frustration to concern to guilt in the span of 3 seconds. I sensed she was having one of her strange mood swings. That was not a good sign. If this happened during an actual fight, we'd be screwed. Whatever was going on inside Rori's head, she had to figure it out and stop being so afraid she'd hurt us, or she would lose control. It was strange though, she only seemed tentative half the time. The rest, she acted like we were beneath her. Like we were the weak links she had to protect, and hated having to do it. Toward the end of the fight, the blue and violet in her eyes warred with each other for control. Each time she braced to use her power, there was a flicker of fear, as if she thought she would hurt us. Blade didn't hold back, coming after us again, flames shooting out. I flinched when one seared my palm. Rori threw herself in front of me and slammed her staff down, creating a wall of ice between us and them. We were blasted with a burst of icy air and shadows slithered through the ice wall, out from the ground around Rori's feet, reaching toward us all. Nicolaus healed my hand with a quick touch. Then he suddenly weakened. Too weak from what little he'd done so far. He slouched down. Nicolaus. I leaned in to check on him. "Sorry, something's wrong," he whispered, then toppled over completely. "Hold," I bellowed. Blade and Agnes hurried around the ice wall. Nikolaus lay on the floor between the three of us. I tapped his cheeks and his eyes fluttered open for a second, then he passed out. "Is he all right?" Agnes knelt at his side and pressed her hand to his forehead. "There is a drain on him." "What?" I asked, suddenly feeling lightheaded myself. It came in waves, and I found myself looking up at the others. Chaz reached down to pull me back up, but ended up on his ass next to me. "What's going on? Was it the cleansers?" I glanced up at Rori. Her eyes were wide with fear. She snapped her fingers and her staff vanished. She took a few steps back, and my dizziness and weakness disappeared. What are you doing?" My words came out harsher than I meant. Rori's jaw clenched. I raised my hand. "Rori, wait." "I can't do this," she whispered, running out of the room. Damn it. I shook my head, wanting to go after her, but had no idea what to say. I had no idea what she was going through. What it was like to figure out how to navigate her magic. And those mood swings of hers made me not want to chase after her, just to be spurned again, as selfish as that seemed. I was trying and failing to remain understanding of her situation. She had to figure out how to use her magic, not have it use her. As it clearly was. Was she draining us? Nikolaus asked once he was coherent and sitting up. Her necromancer side keeps trying to break out more, Agnes explained. And each time she suppresses it, on purpose or not, it's doing whatever it must to give itself an avenue of release. She's going to become dangerous, Chaz warned. You two are supposed to be helping her. Blade eyed us both sharply. Hard to do that when she's acting like we're the problem, I muttered. Blade looked at me, confusion on his face. I shrugged. She's been acting strangely. She's the old Rori 1 second. The next, it's almost like I'm talking to someone completely different. Chaz nodded. She's done the same to me. Whatever's going on in her head, it's changing her. Blade spoke to Agnes quietly, then turned to us. You're pushing her too hard, that's problem number 1. We don't have time, Chaz argued. Blade glared at him. Chaz scowled. What? You can't rush her into controlling her power. That's not how this works. You know this. She needs time, as much as we can afford to give her, or she will damage herself. Permanently. Maybe even damage others. Do you understand me? Help her work through these issues. We all have issues, Chaz yelled as he rubbed the back of his neck roughly. We were all there that night. We all could have died. She's not alone in that, but she acts like she is. She acts like she's either going to accidentally kill us 1 minute, or we're going to screw up and get ourselves killed the next. Like she's better than us and doesn't need us. How are we supposed to get her to get over thinking it's all about her? Is that what you think? Blade scoffed. She's thinking of both of you. And the rest of us. How? By not using powers she doesn't understand. She saw what she was capable of, and it scared her to think she might hurt you too. Whatever breakthrough you all made for her to get her familiar, you need to keep working on it. Not getting mad at her and pushing each other out. He sighed heavily, stalking away from us, then he turned back with fire in his eyes. Trevor Griffith was powerful beyond anyone's expectations. If she is the same, and I have no doubt she is, then she has every right to be wary of using such power. What are we supposed to do? I asked quietly. She's pushing us away. You keep trying, Agnes said as she stood. Let me talk with her, Blade added. Perhaps I can help nudge her along. I have a slight understanding of what it's like to walk 2 paths. He gave us both a warning look. Chaz growled. Watch your tone with me, Chaz. Your anger is not needed here. Save it for the enemy. Blade spun on his heel. He and Agnes walked away. Nikolaus stayed behind for a minute. Sorry, guys. Not your fault, I told him. If you're not compatible, then you're not compatible. Nothing you can do about it. Moran mentioned trying to form a second team. With any luck, I'll still get a chance to fight with you guys against these assholes. If we can find their leaders, we'd have a target. Chaz paced, leaving a trail of moss and flowers in his wake. The marking on the back of his hand glowed. His powers had been unstable the last few days, though he wouldn't admit it. Nikolaus bid us goodbye, and left me with the angry druid. I said nothing for a long while, just watched Chaz stalk around the room growling. "What?" he finally snarled at me. "Nothing. Just wondering if the three of us are as compatible as Moran thinks we are." "You saw what we did that night, of course we are," he muttered. "If Rori would accept what she is, we'd be fine." "And you don't think you're too hard on her, because of what you have riding on this?" His growl deepened. I held up my hands, not backing down. "Just saying. That night messed up all of us. And your damned oath," I paused. "We have our limits as a team." Chaz shook out his messy hair. "Limits? We aren't supposed to have limits. We are an elite guard team, which means we have to be stronger and better than the rest of the soldiers. We are the first ones in, and the final defense if shit hits the fan. We can't be stopped by limitations." Rori tapped into another side of herself, out there in the woods. "She keeps drawing on it here, but something is holding her back. And she's pushing me away. And she's pushing you away. She's scared of something inside her. But that killer instinct she showed. We need that back if we're going to have a chance to stop the cleansers. You know she's not ready for that. And you're only saying that because she's your damned girlfriend." "No, I'm not. Because I'm not sure I'm ready for it either," I admitted. Rori might have been the one who had the breakdown over our becoming trained killers, but I felt as she did. The fighting and the blood, the killing. Our first battle had shaken me to the core. To think there was another one coming, and another one, and who knew how many, kept me up at night. As strong as we'd been in the heat of the battle, without adrenaline pumping through my veins, and the immediate threat of death, falling into that position again scared me. We were strong together, it was true, but were we strong enough to fight against the cleansers? And for how long? It had taken almost everything we had just to get out of their grasp and run away from them. I doubted we'd get lucky a second time. And the confidence Rori had that night, the connection between the three of us, had changed. It was cracked, making it hard to work together as we had before. Each time she drew away from me was another slap to the face. Either she didn't believe we were good enough to be with her, or she was doing as Blade said, protecting us from the power brewing inside her. "We don't exactly have a choice," Chaz said, as if I needed reminding of how dire our situation was. "And whatever is happening between you two, I suggest you figure it out. Make up or break up, but get through it so we can get back to what matters." He gave me a sympathetic look, then walked out. The door clicked shut loudly behind him, leaving me alone. The team Moran put so much faith in was breaking apart. The strain between the three of us was palpable. As for Rori and me, whatever we once been had come to a complete halt. I finally left the room and wandered around our underground base, not sure where I was headed, when I found myself standing in the gardens designed for those of us who needed that direct connection to nature. I was prepared to go sit and meditate for a while, see if any good came of it, but when I walked around a small copse of trees reaching toward the sunlight filtering down from the surface, I found Rori. She sat on the ground, her hands on her thighs, palms up, and there was a fine sheen of frost covering her from head to toe. Her eyes were closed, breath puffing out in a little cloud. Her familiar, the half-skeleton white wolf she named Merlin, was behind her, keeping her safe. He lifted his head when he spotted me, but lowered his massive it back to his paws, eyes watching me closely. "Rori?" I asked quietly. She made no indication she heard me. I sat across from her and waited, wondering where her mind was. I cleared my own and steadied my breathing as I settled into meditation. She sucked in a sharp breath. I frowned, watching her face closely. Merlin perked up. Rori's hands twitched, and the frost thickened, covering her slowly in a full coating of ice. I reached out to take her hand and pull her back, but her eyes shot open. I paused at the glowing violet within her gaze. "Rori." She said nothing, but her eyes never left mine. Her hands twitched again, and the ice spread out from her, stretching toward me. I stayed where I was, despite the cold seeping into my legs and up my back. I drew on my connection to nature, and the lightning always within me, to melt the ice before it covered my body. I could hardly keep it at bay. Merlin nudged her elbow, whining, but she remained in a trance. "Rori, you have to come back," I said, keeping my voice calm despite my racing pulse. "Rori." Her eyes glowed brighter, and the ice pushed back my crackling lightning. "I'm not your enemy, Rori, pull back." The ice paused. I was waiting to see what would happen, when the same dizziness I encountered earlier hit me all over again. I lost my connection to my own powers, and my teeth chattered from the sudden cold creeping through my limbs. She was fighting against our connection without even realizing she was doing it, trying to unconsciously push me away from her. Part of me said to take the hint and leave, but after all we'd been through so far, and what I knew she felt for me as I did for her, I wasn't going anywhere. We were a team, more than a team, and I would help her get through this struggle. I reached out and grabbed her hand in mine, embracing the cold and the weakness it caused me. "Rori," I whispered through my clattering teeth. "Stop." She blinked, her hand gripped mine. She blinked a few more times, and the violet faded. "Brogan." She looked at our clasped hands, and immediately tried to yank hers away. I didn't let her. "No, I'm hurting you. You're covered in ice." "I'll survive." "You're an idiot," she muttered and tried to take her hand back again. "Brogan. You have to stop letting yourself think you're going to hurt me or Chaz. It's holding you back. We're a team, remember? You didn't hurt us." "But I did. I was draining the three of you without even realizing it." Merlin whined and rested his head on her shoulder. She reached back and petted him with her free hand, her other one in mine. I honestly don't even remember much of that sparring session. It's all a blur. "It's going to take time." "We don't have time," she said, sounding exactly like Chaz. "If we fail, it's going to be my fault. Only if you keep pushing us away." As I sat with her, sensing a shift in her mood. It was subtle, but it was there all the same. "I should be on my own. It's better that way." Her words were underscored with power, and her eyes flared violet for a split second. "That's not how the elite guard works. You know this." "I do know, which is why finding the leaders, tracking them down, and destroying them is what we all need to focus on." She took her hand back. "There is no room for anything else." I looked at my now empty hand. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying whatever you and I have together, we can't have it anymore. It's causing a distraction." "No," I argued. "It made us better, gave us confidence, a deeper connection." "Did it?" "As far as I can tell, it's only made it harder for me to do what is necessary." This woman talking to me, this was not Rori. It couldn't be. "You can't be serious. What are you even saying?" "The faster we realize our purpose, our true purpose, the faster we can track down the leaders and take them out. Kill them. Just like that." I tried not to scoff. "Why not? They killed my dad, your uncle, Chaz's parents. I think it's time we end this war before it gets any worse." She pushed to her feet, Merlin rising with her. The cold radiating from her no longer came from her mage power. No, there was a hardness in her eyes, an emotional coldness that had me fearing what Rori's magic was doing to her. "Kill. Wantonly. Just like they're doing now." "I don't want to be like our enemy," I argued, rising to my feet. "I want this to end, but I can't just commit murder." "You can't either, that is not who you are." "People change," she said simply, as if that explained everything. "And it's not murder if it's war." The heartlessness in her gaze made me step back. "Be careful you don't lose yourself in this mess. We'll avenge our families. We will. But if we lose who we are along the way, they'll win in the end. You don't think they're winning now? You've heard the reports. More and more of our kind are showing up corrupted, and we still have no idea how to find our enemy, how to stop and undo the damage they've caused. If we don't stop them, and fast, all magic users in the world will fall to their madness. I want to be the one who stops them. Don't you? At what cost? Any cost. This is war, Brogan. A war they started, and I say we finish it. What happened to the Rori, who cared about not killing? Where's the kind-hearted girl who hated the idea of being turned into a soldier, a killing machine? I replied, backing away. Do you even hear yourself? She shrugged and pushed into me as she passed on the way to the door, Merlin at her heels. Either get on board or get the hell out. I will kill them. And if I have to tear myself apart to do it, then so be it, but they will not be walking away. Just wait one damn minute, I snapped, grabbing her arm. What happened to you? Huh? What? The cold receded from my hand, and her eyes seemed to clear. Her brow furrowed in confusion. She opened her mouth. Either to yell at me more or apologize, and I didn't know which. The moment was interrupted when Blade stepped into the doorway. Rori, I need to have a word with you. She gave herself a hard shake and snapped her fingers, causing Merlin to disappear with a cracking sound. Yeah, why not? She mumbled. Brogan, never mind. I watched them leave, wanting to go with them, but knew Blade would tell me to stay behind. I looked at the place Rori had been sitting, at the frost she'd left behind. And the frost that left a trail where she'd walked. Her magic was incredible. If only she would let herself see it, but it wasn't the mage path affecting her. As much as I told myself she had nothing to worry about, her necromancer side was an unknown. If she couldn't find a way to control it, embrace it, and figure out who she was with it, we all could be in danger. And not just from the cleansers. Her words stayed with me as I tried and failed several times to meditate. Instead, I wound up sitting in the garden for the next couple of hours, replaying the conversation in my head. For that brief moment, I'd had Rori back, the one I knew was in there. But then she'd disappeared, and another facet of her had emerged. A side of her lacking in compassion for anyone or anything. That did not bode well for any of us.
Chapter 5. Rori. Blade walked through yet another hall I hadn't been down yet, but I paid little attention to where we went. I was too busy wondering what I said to Brogan to make him look at me like that, like he was almost scared of me. And upset. What had I said? I remembered sparring with the priests, but then the details got a little fuzzy. I remembered they said I'd been draining their life force. How had I even done that? I never tried to, but I'd done it. I'd left them all, and gone to the garden to clear my head. Merlin appeared without summoning him. Though his presence was a comfort when I settled in to meditate. A few minutes later, I found myself standing between both paths, frost and necromancy, lost inside my own mind. I wanted to confront the shadow figure that was me. It had to be what was causing the weird use of power I had no understanding of yet, but it hadn't been there. I'd walked along the stretch of nothing in between both paths, but never came across the shadow figure that had been appearing in my dreams at night and whispering to me during the day. It didn't help that Chaz and Brogan were treating me differently. Each time I was with Brogan, the strain between us grew. Even with Chaz, the closeness we'd gained after the attack slipped further away every day. One second he looked at me like I was a bomb, just waiting to go off. The next second with contempt. As I thought back over the last week, but couldn't find any reason for his behavior. And then there was Brogan. I went to hug him just this morning, and he casually moved away from me, not looking me in the eye. Rori? Step in here for a second, Blade said. Just like that, I was forced back to the present. I peered through the doorway. What is this place? This is a room that has not been used since Trevor Griffith was killed, he said sadly. It was his meditation space and his alone, seeing as he was the only necromancer. Now it is your space. Make use of it. Cautiously, I stepped onto the dark marble floor. I regarded the subtle shift in architecture, from the metal and stone outside this room, to the rounded walls and the columns carved within it. There were a few flowers, the same ones I remembered from our garden back home. Gently, I ran my fingers along the wilting petals. A small burst of violet light and shadow wrapped around the flowers, giving them a new burst of life. Near the back of the small room was a basin filled with water. I dipped my hand in, smiling at the ripples I created, and with barely a thought, a fine sheen of ice stretched out from my hand, beautiful as it spiraled outward. I like it here. I turned around to face Blade. Reminds me of home in a weird way. He made it so he would be reminded of your home. He motioned to 2 dark blue mats on the floor. I took a seat, him sitting across from me. I understand how hard this has been for you, but you can't keep fearing your new path. I grabbed one of my braids, tugging on it hard. Not realizing I'd done it, until I felt the sharp twinge. I don't feel a connection to it, as I do the mage side. Is that wrong? He shook his head. Necromancy is a hard path to follow. A darker path. Trevor described it to me once. He told me it was like he was facing himself in the mirror, but the reflection was not exact. It was an extension of him, but it was willing to do what he was not. How did he deal with it? He didn't deal with it. He found a way to balance both paths. But how? Every time I try, it's like a part of me is being shoved to the side, so this other side can take over. I studied the marble floor before me. I don't exactly like her, I added quietly. You have to remember you are in control. Not the power. Lesson number 1, remember? It's easier with one path. True, but even with fire and frost, I have to seek the delicate balance between the two. He held out his hands. Ice formed in the right, while a small flame sparked to life in his left. Every magic user's power has influence on their personality. If we're not careful, it can change us. Shape us in its image, instead of the other way around. You have to discover who you are. Who you truly are, and hold on to that. And who am I? I mumbled. Moran says I'm some great necromancer and mage like my dad. But I hardly knew him. Mom can't use magic, and she's stronger than I am. Hell, they both were. I slouched, more lost than I'd been on my first day at 4 Point. I thought I was this kind, fun person. But now all I seem to do is hurt people. And when I'm not hurting them, I'm worrying I'm going to hurt them. Lack of confidence. You had overcome that obstacle, if I recall. I had. But things change. What is it you fear most? He challenged. You, Chaz, and Brogan stood against the enemy and won. We barely got out alive. I don't exactly call that winning. And we were all injured. Bad. And what? Isn't that enough? I snapped, not even sure why I was getting so angry. I did things that night without thinking. What if that happens again and it's worse? What if I can't find that balance and keep it? What if the sky falls and the sun burns out, and we all die tomorrow? Blade said calmly. You can what if until you're blue in the face, won't change anything. I huffed and crossed my arms. I can't do this. You can, but you have to start by figuring out who you are and holding on to that. Your father did. So can you. I'm not him. You're not, he agreed. You are Rori Griffith, and it's time you understand what that means. He rose to a stand, then made for the door. What? That's it? Yes, that's it. Now I suggest you spend some time getting to know yourself. And him. The door shut with a tone of finality. I stuck my tongue out. Get to know myself. What does that even mean? I snapped my fingers, thought of Merlin, and he shimmered to life beside me. He spun around twice, then plopped down, leaning into my thigh. I buried my hand in his furry side. What do you think, huh? Who am I? Before coming to 4 Point, I was the daughter of Jody Griffith, a fierce woman who never gave up, even when the love of her life abandoned her. I'd been more than ready to follow in her footsteps, until bits of the truth emerged and everything I'd known about my life changed. My dad was not a deadbeat. He was a soldier. A warrior who fought and died to protect those he loved. He was the reason I had this magic flowing through my veins. But he was kind-hearted like me, I knew that without anyone having to tell me. He'd also been a killer when the need called for it, and that was the side I found it so hard to embrace. Serving was always part of the picture, but outright killing. The dying screams of the men we took down in the woods came back to me suddenly, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Merlin whined, nudging my side with his big head. "Sorry, I just don't know what I'm supposed to do," I told him. "What do you think?" He huffed, lumbered across the room and picked one of the bright red flowers from the pot. He carried it back and dropped it next to me, sat down and threw back his head with a howl. "You think so?" I mused, picking up the flower, twirling it between my fingers the same way I had the flower I plucked after Chaz's magic display. Back to basics then. Before all this madness started. Merlin shook out his furry neck as if to disagree. "What then?" He scratched at the floor, then lay down in front of me. His two different colored eyes latched onto mine. Instantly, I was floating away in my thoughts, and my feet touched down on the dark blue path of my mage side. I expected to be alone, but when I turned all the way around, I jumped back. "Who the hell are you?" The young man standing in front of me, his skin pale with a hint of blue, hair of ice and eyes nearly translucent, jumped back at the same time, clutching a hand to his chest. "Way to scare us both." "Sorry?" I asked, not sure why I was apologizing. "How are you inside my head?" "Technically speaking, I was always inside your head," he said and bowed from the waist. "Merlin, at your service." "Merlin? As in, my familiar Merlin?" He bobbed his head with a grin. "But you're a wolf." "Yes, mostly. My shape is odd, I'll grant you that," he said, tapping his chin. "Wait. Is this normal?" "It is when the familiar has a hard time communicating with its mage. I thought this might make things less complicated for you, seeing how difficult the rest of your life is." "Thanks, I think." My head pounded and I searched around me, waiting for the other figure to show its face next. "Are we alone?" "For the moment. But I doubt it'll last long. She doesn't like me much. At least not yet." "She? You mean the shadow?" "Yes. But she's not a familiar, right?" "No," he said, and I let out a breath. "However, she will wind up being stronger than she should if you're not careful." "So she does want to take control." He wiggled his hand back and forth and cringed. "Not exactly." "Then what does she want, and what do you want? Why can't anyone just give me simple answers?" I ranted, my voice echoing along the nothingness surrounding the path. Merlin arched his brow at my outburst. "What? Think I'm allowed to freak out on some level?" "No, I completely understand. No judgment here. However, if you don't get a grip on yourself, your alter ego will take over. Neither one of us wants that." "You said she doesn't want to take control," I reminded him. He puffed out his cheeks, tapping his fingers together as he mumbled to himself. "To put it simply, she wants what she believes is best for you, but she feels no emotions. So she will not stop to think about what she does before she does it. Her main goal is to keep you alive, no matter what. To fulfill your duty, regardless of the cost to you. Or anyone else. But she wants to keep me alive. And she will, but she won't care about your mental state, or how injured you might be at the end of the fight. She's not bad, but she's not all good either." The headache grew worse, and I rubbed my forehead. "So what do I do then?" "You do as Blade said. Figure out who you are. Find the middle ground. The balance." "But I don't know who I am." "And your hint was not good, by the way," I muttered. "Actually, it sucks." "Hint." He frowned, then his eyes widened, and he rubbed the back of his neck, grimacing. "Yeah. That wasn't a hint. Sorry. You looked so sad, thought I'd cheer you up." I looked at him blankly, then burst out laughing. Once I started, there was no stopping the mirth pouring out of me. I doubled over, holding my aching sides as tears slipped down my cheeks. Leave it to me to have the familiar, who was more concerned with cheering me up than helping me figure out who I was. When the tears finally stopped, and I reined in the last few giggles, I noticed eyeing me with a worried expression. What? I wiped my eyes. You're such a happy person underneath it all, he mused. He sounded so sad that new tears burned in my eyes for a different reason. Yeah, well. What do they say? War changes a person. It does. But it does not who they truly are. I planted my hands on my hips. And who am I underneath all this crap, huh? Who? Because I sure as hell can't figure it out. Am I the daughter of a baker, or the daughter of a soldier? Who am I? Just give me a hint. Merlin raised his hand. Watch. And tell me yourself. The white haze around me shifted, and figures appeared, moving within it. Slowly, the haze cleared, and I was watching at myself as a kid, helping Mom at the bakery. I saw myself smiling and laughing as we baked together. I was young, and as I observed, Dad appeared, coming in from a trip. He looked exhausted. Now I knew why, but back then I'd just been a little kid who didn't know any better. I ran to him and hugged him close. The smile that appeared on his weary face made tears spring to mine. The image shifted, and I saw myself over the years, growing up, always being supportive of those I considered friends. I saw myself at 4 Point, the first day I met Brogan, how we hit it off so easily. Then I was there with him and Chaz, sparring and laughing, even after a hard day of training. When an explosion lit up the darkness, I stepped backward, not wanting to relive the battle again. Watch, Merlin instructed. Trust me. There we were, the three of us, in the midst of the fighting, banding together and fighting as one single unit. Even when I tapped into my necromancer power, I remained connected to the two of them. At that moment, when you thought they were going to kill Chaz and Brogan, when you were wounded, you had a moment of perfect balance. All you have to do is find that again. How? I haven't been able to get there again without her getting in the way. Because you doubt yourself. You're running from what you can do, instead of becoming one with it. You are a necromancer. And you're also a frost mage. Together, your powers will play off each other. You will do incredible things, alone and with your team. But first, you have to seek that moment. I looked at the frozen image of myself, eyes a mix of glowing blue and violet. What had I felt while so much power rushed out of me? I hadn't wanted to kill the soldiers, even after being shot. I could have easily drained them of life, I knew that now, but I'd kept myself in check. I would do what was necessary to save those around me, yes, but I understood there would be a cost to pay, and I had to know when to hold back. No, the voice of the shadow said from behind me. Merlin rolled his eyes. Go away. This is my moment. The shadow crossed its arms, the violet path of the necromancer beneath her feet, crashing into the blue beneath mine. I would if you weren't filling her head with fantasy. What fantasy? Merlin argued. You have to be kept in line. Do I? If her father hadn't done so, he might be alive. If he'd let himself do what was necessary. What are you talking about? You weren't there. Wait. Were you? I asked. Not me exactly. The same power that flows through you existed in him. And he had a choice to make. He chose poorly. I will not let his daughter, his legacy, do the same. That isn't your call to make, I said, fighting to stay strong. But the shadow moved closer, and a replay of the conversation I just had with Brogan ran through my mind. But this part, I didn't remember this part. What did you do? I whispered, knowing why there'd been such an intense look of hurt on Brogan's face now when I'd walked away. You can't make that decision for me. You are not me. I am you. I am the part of you that will ensure you survive. Stand strong, Merlin whispered. You are the one who won the fight that night. Not it. Remember that. The shadow sighed. You need me. I do, I admitted, but like he said, I'm in control, not you. Do not try to smother me, it warned. You will not like what happens after. I squared my shoulders and took a step closer, the blue of the mage path following my steps. You will follow my lead, not the other way around. I am in charge. I make the rules. You are a part of me, but at the end of the day, this is my life. My choice. The blue spread out, surrounding the violet path, but the shadow made no move. Had no sign of panic. I cannot be contained forever. I ignored its warning and closed my eyes, reaching back to the exact moment I tapped into both paths successfully. At the time, it had been so new and strange. It had seemed like someone else was in control. In truth, it had been me all along. I knew that now and embraced that fact. I was a necromancer and a frost mage. At the heart of those, I was a warrior, but not a killer. I had morals, and I would follow them. I will not warn you again, Rori. If you try to suppress me or ignore me, it will not end well. I smiled at the shadow. The blue path completely surrounded it now. I said nothing at all, simply shut my eyes again. When I opened them, I found myself back in the meditation room. Merlin lay on the floor in front of me. He craned his head to the right, his tongue lolling out the dead side of his mouth. Thanks, think we did it. I scratched him behind the ears and rose to my feet. First order of business was to track down Brogan and apologize, see if I could repair the damage that had been done. I should probably find Chaz too. And tell them both about my breakthrough at the same time. Something told me I owed both of them apologies. Sitting on the chair in Brogan's room, I cleared my throat. He sat on the edge of his cot, not making eye contact. The air between us was thick with tension. So I wanted to talk to you. You said that twice now, Brogan said. Rori, what's going on? Is this about what Blade told you? No, it's about what I said to you earlier. I scratched my head and reached for my braid. Brogan closed the space between us and took my hands away from my hair, holding them in his. I let out a shaky breath. I'm sorry, for whatever I've been doing lately that doesn't seem like me. Is it you? No. Well, partially, it's hard to explain, I said with a bitter laugh. I might have had a talk with myself inside my head. Along with Merlin. I think I fixed it. Merlin? You talked to your familiar, as in actually talked. Turns out he can take a more human form inside my head. Neat, huh? Brogan's brow furrowed, but there was a knock at the door, drawing his attention. Yeah? Seen Rori? Chaz asked. In here. Come on in, Brogan said. The door opened. Chaz eyed us both curiously as he stepped in and shut the door. Did I miss something? I got up and went to him, holding out my hand. I owe you an apology too. For what exactly? For being off these last couple of days, a week really. I can't recall what I might have said to you, but whatever it wasn't me, and I'm sorry. Why are you sorry for something you didn't do? Chaz looked at Brogan. Is this making any sense to you at all? Not exactly, but we didn't get very far. Why don't you have a seat, I told Chaz, and I'll tell you both what I know. At first, I wasn't sure where to start, so I picked up from the night my familiar appeared. I talked, and neither one of them said anything, which was good. I wanted to get through all of this, then they could ask me questions. When I finally reached the end, up to the point where I went to find Brogan, both of them were watching me with blank looks on their faces. Well? I said slowly. Look, I know it sounds crazy, but that's what happened. No, I believe you, Brogan said, glancing worriedly at Chaz. You sure you're good now? I feel better if that helps. Lighter. Not as worried. I guess? You guess? Chaz repeated. Rori, you can't keep this shit from us, all right? We're a team now and all tied together. If one of us is having issues, it affects the rest of us. I know, and I said I was sorry, but there's so much going on. You two are struggling just like me, and I'm not going to be the one who weighs everyone else down just because I can't get my crap together. I rambled on. Brogan grinned and Chaz growled. I kept on talking. But I promise from here on out, if I feel off, I will tell you both right away. Happy? Happier, Chaz muttered. I'm serious though, Rori, any change at all? I will tell you. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Why does that not make me feel better? Chaz grunted as he stood up and stretched. Right, you two look like you want to suck face, so I'm going to go before that starts. He winked at me. My cheeks grew hot and Brogan cleared his throat, turning red. Chaz laughed and let himself out, shutting the door soundly behind him. I held my hands behind my back, wondering if should just go, in case it got any more awkward, but then Brogan was on his feet, and the second he reached for my hand, I fell into his arms. He kissed me, and I was more than happy to return the favor. I'm sorry about what I said earlier, I murmured. I didn't think it was you. The whole time I knew that something was wrong. You should have just told me. He hugged me to him like he never wanted to let go. You can always come to me or Chaz with a problem. You should know that. I do. I was trying to deal with it on my own. And I did, sort of. He rested his forehead to mine, scowling. So we're good then? Yeah, we're good. You were right about us, and I'm not about to throw that all away. I reached for his hand and wove our fingers together. That's what'll get us through this war. He held me close, just hugging me, and the last bit of tension left my body in a heavy sigh. I glanced at the door, thinking of Chaz, and my gut twisted as several confused thoughts rushed through my mind. I liked Brogan quite a lot, but we were missing that spark we had when we were first together. No matter how much I willed it to come back, something told me we'd lost it for good. Though the shadow might have been right to break it off with Brogan, if it was going to happen, I had to make sure and do it correctly. Not simply because some formless power thought I shouldn't worry about relationships. I could do this. I was in control. The threats the shadow made disappeared as Brogan and I talked about nonsense things. The weather, how much snow he thought we'd get, the base, and what it was like being underground. We talked until I was yawning, and my eyes fluttered closed a few times. That's it. We need to get you to bed. Brogan pulled me to my feet. No, I'm good, wide awake, I lied, but he hauled me up and escorted me next door to my room. See you in the morning, Rori, he whispered and kissed my cheek. Sweet dreams. Back in my room, I rested against the door, nibbling on my lip. Brogan was a good guy. No, a great guy really. He and Chaz seemed to know me better than I knew myself, and for that I was grateful. Though now I worried I was finding myself drawn to Chaz more than Brogan. It was all so confusing, and being so connected to them both only made it worse. I hummed to distract myself from my overcomplicated musings, as I changed into my sweats, then walked into the bathroom to get ready for bed. I washed my face off and was drying it when a whisper sounded in my ear. I dropped the towel, poking my head into my room, but it was empty. You're fine, I whispered to myself. Nothing here, just you and yourself, shit. Hello, Rori, the face of the shadow said, reflecting back at me from the mirror. What did I tell you? I shut my eyes, telling myself it wasn't real, but when I opened them the shadow was still there. I'm not doing this to hurt you, I want you to understand that. I told you I'm in charge and I'm going to stay that way, I snapped. Go away, and leave me alone until I call on you. The shadow rolled its glowing violet eyes. Think what you want, but sooner rather than later you'll be begging me to take over. And I'll do it for you, Rori, because that is my duty. I blinked and the mirror was empty, except for my face and only my face. Leaning heavily against the sink, I waited for my stomach to settle, then turned off the light and curled up in bed, pulling the blanket over my face and willing it all to be a dream, just a horrible dream.
Chapter 6. Chaz. A shrieking alarm stopped our sparring session. Lights flashed. Agnes directed us to follow her, then sprinted out of the room. Brogan, Rori, and I ran after her, running hard to keep up and dodging other soldiers. Over the last 3 days, more Vanguard had been arriving, all with new intel about more attacks against magic communities, but with no leads about where their main operation was. Or who their leaders were. Agnes. Stay here with them, Moran ordered when we reached the main floor. What? No. We can help, I argued. Moran was already shaking his head. You are to remain here, understand? And Chaz, do not even think of sneaking out, got it? I opened my mouth to argue, but Brogan and Rori each grabbed hold of my arm. I cursed but nodded and watched as Moran sprinted up the steps, a trail of vanguard behind him. What's happening? Brogan asked Blade, who appeared to be staying behind too. A nearby town, about 30 miles from here. Reports of electrical impulses, Blade reported. The power's been knocked out. That was the last we heard. Where are the other commanders? Brogan asked. Not close enough. Only reason Moran is going in. With any luck, he'll catch the bastards, and we'll finally have an advantage over them. Another soldier called Blade's name, and he rushed over. Until we get word, you three are coming with me. Agnes waved her hand. Where? Rori asked. Agnes turned and headed down another long stretch of corridor. Make sure the infirmary is prepared. I have no doubt there'll be wounded coming in if this turns into a fight. Why wouldn't it? I asked. One can always hope, Chaz, Agnes replied in a tone that said this was clearly not her first time dealing with this stuff. We prepped beds, bandages, and salves, made sure there were plenty of supplies for stitching. Agnes had us prepare bed straps. Just in case, she said. Pray we won't need them. Minutes turned into an hour, which turned into 2, and I was chomping at the bit, glaring up the metal stairs, waiting for word from Moran. He was a damned powerful shaman, but I still shuddered, remembering what it had been like to be struck by those grenades. Being cut off from nature and my power. I'd been vulnerable, and I never wanted to feel like that again. You keep growling, you're going to lose your voice, Rori said in a low voice. Moran will be all right. You don't know that, I muttered. None of us do. I'm trying to stay positive and have a little faith. She squeezed my hand. She said nothing else, but her presence alone was enough to quell the beast ready to rage within me. After another 10 minutes, Brogan appeared at my other side. His shoulder brushed mine, and the connection between the three of us burst to life. All I needed was word Moran and the vanguard were safe, and that they were coming back with a prisoner. Call from Moran, sir, a soldier called out over the railing. Report, Blade shouted back. What does he say? All on our side are alive. They chased off the few anti-magic protesters. Several cleansers were hiding among them. No attack and no casualties. He's requested the presence of the elite guard and Sister Agnes to help with the evacuation. Says he's bringing the townspeople here until he can ensure their homes are safe. Any sign of corruption? Agnes called up to the soldier. Moran didn't report any, ma'am, the soldier replied. That's all there was. She didn't seem pleased with the answer, but then we were being ushered to the elevator and into a waiting truck outside the rundown cabin. None of us spoke as the truck bounced down the gravel drive, then turned onto the main road. Rori clasped her hands in her lap, and Brogan's leg bounced with nerves. I focused on my breathing, reminding myself we weren't about to rush headlong into another fight. We were the cleanup crew. That did nothing to calm my rush of anxiety. Rori suddenly reached out to each of us and took our hands in hers. We got this, right? She whispered. Whatever we see out there, we're good. Together, I emphasized, squeezing her hand. There's no cleansers out there waiting to attack us, though. We'll be fine. Brogan nodded. Yeah, right, I know, she rambled. But we're ready, just in case. We're ready, I agreed. Steady, Rori, Brogan added. The three of us breathed as one, centering our focus and drawing on each other for strength and resolve. After about 4 or 5 breaths, the tension between us faded away, and what remained was a reserved calm. The rest of the drive went by quickly. We peered out the window at the small town. The power was out, but several fire mages and priests were setting up torches and lighting the way for the vanguard to evacuate the people. Our truck stopped and we stepped out. As did Agnes, who was looking for Moran. He stood outside what appeared to be the town hall, with a few people in plain clothes, with the vanguard flanking him. "Moran," Agnes said in greeting. "Wounded?" "A few, but nothing serious," he replied. "This is Mayor Thomas Bean." He pointed to the white-haired man standing beside him, shaken, but still standing. "He says it all began as a protest on the outskirts of town. Shortly after, there was a great show of lightning, followed by the power going out. Said there were a few military personnel with the protesters. And they never attacked?" I asked. Moran shook his head. "No, the protesters seemed spooked and took off. We scoured the surrounding area upon arrival, but there's no one hiding out that we could find." "Was anyone directly attacked by the electrical shocks?" "Shocks?" Mayor Bean repeated, looking confused. "There were no shocks as far as I can tell." "So this wasn't an attack by the cleansers then?" Brogan glanced about. "Why knock out the power if they weren't planning on attacking? We've set up a perimeter, so we'll see them coming. I need your help to get the townsfolk out of here. I will not leave anyone behind, in case they do come back. Chaz, Brogan, Rori, you three round up the townspeople and escort them to the trucks. Check every house and building, understand?" Moran ordered. "And stick together." "Yes, sir," I said, and we took off down the street. Nothing about being here made me feel at ease. Each time I looked into the darkness surrounding the town, I was tempted to shift into bear form, ready to fight. "I'm going to check that house on the end." Rori sprinted away. Brogan muttered a curse, but he was helping a family with their kids get clear of another house. "I've got her," I growled and ran to catch up. "Rori, slow down," I called after her, but she'd already disappeared into the house. Damn it. The house was the last one this street that gave way to a dead end. Beyond it were thick woods, so dark the moonlight and firelight from the town barely penetrated the shadows. I was about to step onto the front porch when a stick snapped. I froze, looking into the shadows, thinking it could be an animal. Until a blue explosion lit up the darkness, and the sound of panicked yells filled the air. That's when I realized it had been a trap after all. A second explosion hit closer to the house. I heard glass break and bellowed Rori's name, sprinting to get inside the house. She barreled out the front door, right into me, taking us both to the grass. She threw her hand out, her staff at the ready. A shield of ice surrounded us as a third explosion struck, blowing the house apart. The ice saved us. "Are you insane?" I yelled. She let the ice fall around us, and we scrambled to our feet. "What? How the hell was I supposed to know they'd attack?" she yelled back and slammed her staff into the ground. Merlin appeared at her side, snarling and ready for battle. "Where's Brogan?" "Here," he yelled, rushing up to join us. "Ready for round 2. Men yelled as they charged out of the trees, all wearing the same uniforms as the ones who attacked us at 4 Point. I shifted and roared, slamming my paws to the dirt. Moss shot out, racing to trip up the soldiers. Rori and Brogan formed a wall of ice shards, and lightning then launched it. The soldiers fell, but more sprinted out of the trees to replace them. Gunfire cracked around us, and Rori was quick to form another wall of ice to give us a chance to move for better cover. "Do we have a plan?" she asked. "Don't get caught up in one of those damned grenades again." Lightning crackled at Brogan's fingertips. All around us was chaos. The town's citizens fled in all directions as the vanguard moved to protect them. Keeping them safe had to be our top priority. If we could find a way to distract the soldiers, contain them, we could give everyone the chance they needed to escape. And once they were out of the way, we could fully attack the soldiers without fear of hurting anyone else. I shifted back and told the other two what I was thinking. They nodded, and we came up with a hasty plan. I couldn't decide if Moran would praise us for stepping up or yell at us for being so reckless. But this was our duty, right? Merlin trotted out of the carnage to Rori's side, carrying a bloodied glove from one of the soldiers. It was high time we started doing what we were meant to do. Be an elite guard team. "Merlin, I need you to do me a favor," Rori told her familiar. "Go bite a few asses. Get them riled up, make them follow you. Got it? He huffed in reply, then took off into the darkness. Brogan leaned back, focusing on the sky. A thunderstorm appeared in his eyes. Overhead, heavy clouds rolled in, lightning cracked, and thunder rumbled. When he faltered, Rori and I reached out and bolstered his strength. The thunderstorm whipped the area, lightning striking the ground around us in a circle, then spread out wider. More soldiers emerged, trotting in the direction of the townsfolk. Rori slammed her staff into the soil, and a burst of ice shot out across the ground. The soldiers slipped and fell. Merlin was there a second later, snapping at them and pulling their attention our way. The lightning pushed out further, striking in a wider circle until it reached the trees and stretched toward the center of town. One of the soldiers pulled something out from his front vest. "Grenade," I yelled. Green and blue mist swirled around my hands. I crouched down, digging my hands into the dirt. The soldier threw the grenade, and at the same moment, I forced a wall of earth to shield us from the electrical pulse. We couldn't contain them forever, but we needed a little longer. I hoped the lightning would keep doing the job while the three of us ran toward the center of town. We had sequestered ourselves within a circle of cyclone-level winds and lightning. A glance behind me verified the rest of the vanguard were taking on the soldiers we hadn't managed to foil. Rori nodded at me, then shuffled to her right as I moved left. Brogan stayed where he was, keeping the storm raging. If they got to him, we'd lose our hold on the enemy, and I was sure there would be more waiting out in the darkness. Two soldiers raised their guns. I shifted, dodging bullets as I charged them. One swipe of my massive paw broke their arms. Their weapons went flying as I slammed the men into the ground, leaving them for dead. Moss and vines followed me, lashing out at the soldiers as they charged. Somewhere behind me, Merlin howled and snarled. Rori shouted curses. The temperature plummeted, and a soldier sailed over my head. I grabbed another by his vest and shook him hard, then tossed his body, just as I spied of two soldiers creeping toward Brogan. I roared a warning, but three men grabbed hold of me from behind, strangling me. I flailed and snarled, rolling onto my back and crushing them. Rori whirled around, swinging her staff in a mad arc just in time to stop the soldiers from getting Brogan. There were only a few remaining, and I was hopeful that we were going to pull this off. Until another explosion struck the lightning, making it flare blue and white. Brogan cursed, sinking to one knee. But his wall stood. Rori lunged forward to give him more strength. A soldier snatched her ankle, tripping her, then attacked with a knife, slashing at her throat. I roared, lumbering toward them when another explosion broke the lightning. Brogan collapsed to the ground, shook out his head, pushing himself back up. A small black disc landed at his side. He rolled but wasn't fast enough. An electrical shock burst, latching onto him. His back arched off the ground as he shook and jerked. It didn't stop, the shock kept going. I shifted back, kicking the damn thing away as he hit the ground, smoke rising from his clothes. He was conscious but didn't speak. "You're all right, we've got you." I picked him up to throw him over my shoulder. "Rori!" I shouted to get her attention, and let her know I was getting Brogan to a safer spot. She whacked the soldier across the face with her staff and yelled, "I'll cover you, Chaz, look out." A high-pitched sound stunned my ears and made my vision blur. I was thrown off my feet, taking Brogan with me. We rolled across the ground, and he ended up a few feet away from me. I waited for the electrical pulse to hit us, but nothing. Then I noticed the blood on my hands. Brogan's side was red and he wasn't moving. That sound hadn't been an electrical grenade. It was a real one. Then the pain hit me, and I dragged myself forward, reaching out for Brogan. Rori yelled, but I couldn't see her. More yelling sounds filled the air around us. Another blast threw us into the side of the house. I smoked my head on the siding and slid to the ground. Brogan grunted. I grabbed hold of his hand, unsure of how we were going to get out of this, and thinking how much of an idiot I'd been to think we could stand against an army alone. And succeed. The soldiers were only yards away. We were going to be taken. Or worse. "No," Rori screamed. Suddenly she was there, standing in front of us. She slammed her staff down and ice shot toward the soldiers, taking them down one after another, but they quickly got back up, guns at the ready. She created a shield of ice just in time to stop a barrage of bullets, but each hit to the ice racked her body. I stretched my fingers out, brushing them against her leg while holding on to Brogan. Our connection solidified, and her power gained a new burst of life. She pushed the shield of ice into the line of advancing soldiers, giving us space to move. I just managed to rise barely and was helping Brogan when he collapsed with a groan and didn't move again. The ice wall cracked down the center, while Rori struggled to keep it going. Brogan? Come on, man. Wake up. Rori turned back and caught me checking Brogan's pulse. Her eyes narrowed, concern on her face. I couldn't find one and cursed, starting compressions. A subtle change came over her, and whatever balance Rori might have had disappeared. Her eyes flashed a dark violet and her hair blew back. On the staff gripped in her fingers, the stone shifted from blue to violet. She stepped forward, raising both her arms. It was like she was sucking all the air in from around her. I checked Brogan's pulse again. Finding nothing, I kept up compressions, not willing to give up on him just yet. A cry filled with pain ripped from Rori's throat, and she slammed her staff into the ground. A shockwave shot toward the soldiers and trapped them with a bright flash of golden light. The first line of soldiers grabbed their chests. Swirling ice flung the rest of them into the trees. A sickening sound of crunching was their bones breaking. Rori twisted her staff, and the yellow light flared higher, then was sucked back into Rori's staff. The men hit the ground, but she whirled around and directed that power back at Brogan. The yellow light cut through the earth, and when it hit Brogan, he shot off the ground with a strangled gasp of air clutching at my shoulder. You're all right. You're all right, I assured him. You're alive. What happened? He looked around wildly. The violet light of Rori's eyes was fading. She took 2 steps, then collapsed. Behind her in the trees, the soldiers were rallying, but the vanguard, having spirited the townspeople to safety, rushed past us and into the woods, finishing the fight. Brogan and I staggered toward Rori. He knelt and drew her up into his arms, tapping her cheeks, but she was out. What did she do? Brogan asked me, reaching for her hand which still had a white-knuckled grip on her staff. She drained them of their life, then gave it to you. I was stunned by the display of power I'd just seen from her. She'd used both paths simultaneously, done it without batting an eye. Because at that moment, whatever happened, that hadn't been Rori. There'd be time to deal with that. She did, once we were back at the outpost. Can you walk? I'll carry her. Brogan gently handed Rori over to me, and I took her in my arms. His wounds were open, and he pressed a firm hand to his side, cursing that he would need stitches this time around. Rori hung limply in my arms on the way back to the convoy. Moran and Agnes were absent. Blade was there. They're chasing down whatever soldiers remain. His face was bloodied, though I wasn't sure if it was his blood or not. You 3 are insane. I hope you know that. Mind getting us back now so we can collapse in peace? Brogan muttered. Did you see Merlin? I'd lost sight of him during the fight. No sooner had I asked, he was nudging my side. Never mind. Come on, get up there. We piled into the truck, and Blade yelled for the driver to punch it. Told us we'd see Moran and Agnes back at the outpost. As we drove away from the town, the rising flames and destruction were reminiscent of 4 Point after the cleanser's attack. Only this was worse. This involved civilians. Non-magic people. Rori stirred between us in the back of the canvas truck, but her eyes remained closed. We each took a hand while Merlin lay at her feet. We all stayed exactly like that all the way back to the outpost. Chapter 7. Chaz. I leaned against the doorway of Rori's room, waiting for her to wake up. It had been 2 days since the battle, and Brogan was still recovering. He'd woken up once, briefly. Not sure if he'd remember or not, but it gave me hope. As far as Rori, not so much. She was still out. Completely out. I sighed again, watching Merlin. He'd rested his head by her hand and was whining. Then wake her up, I snapped at him. You can get inside her head. What's going on in there? He grunted as if to say he had no idea, and that worried me more. What I'd seen her do was insane. Especially for someone who only months ago was unable to use her powers. Now she was able to drain the life from multiple targets at once. She'd said she found her balance. After what I witnessed out there, I knew she'd been wrong. Rori had taken lives without hesitating. Even during our first major fight, she'd attacked, but she wounded more than she killed. This time she took them out without a thought. Now I was worried the Rori I knew, the Rori I found myself caring for, was not going to be the same one who opened her eyes. If she ever opened her eyes. When she did, we'd have to have a long talk about getting a handle on her abilities. She couldn't pass out for days every time she used them. Nothing yet? Moran asked as he joined me in her doorway. Nothing, I replied bitterly. She's at war with herself, it's why this happens. I suppose in a way, this is my fault. Pushing you three too hard too fast. He stood tall as always with his hands clasped behind his back, but the regret in his eyes let me know his concerns. That another elite guard team under his command was falling apart because of his orders. No, it's not, I assured him. This is our calling, remember? We just have to figure out how to help her find her balance and keep it. I would like to say you have all the time you need, but after this last assault, I'm afraid time is running out. He indicated with his head for us to get out of there. After one last look at Rori, I followed him down the hall. That town was not the only one to experience the same protest that ended with their power being cut off. What do you mean? 10 others between Montana and Colorado. Same thing happened. They were all attacked. No, he muttered. I was an idiot. I should have seen it as a trap. What are you saying? He stopped short and shook his head, looking older. I'm saying they played us. They were hitting towns to try to draw out you three. Now they know where you are. Or at least which area. They're going to be coming for you soon. There's no way they can find this outpost though. Right? We're underground. That leads me to my other problem. The only way for them to know so much about our organization, the Vanguard, the Elite Guard, is to have an insider. Somewhere. Here or in the government, he snapped. There's a traitor, and until flushed out, we're going to have to play this as safe. You three are grounded. Until further notice. But we can help. No, I won't have you showing your faces again. Not unless it's to move you to another safe house. Or we might draw them to us by setting a trap of our own. I opened my mouth to make a suggestion. He raised a hand to stop me. I will decide if and how that would happen. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you, Chaz. This war is far from over, though. Wait for my orders. Do not do anything stupid. Got it? So we're what, running away now? I will not lose you three the way I lost your families, he uttered harshly. I won't. Agnes blames you for their deaths, doesn't she? I said, telling him what I'd overheard Rori talking to Brogan about. Moran stiffened and seemed unable to breathe for a whole 30 seconds, then let out a sigh. I don't though, I said firmly. But you have to trust that we can do this. Until Rori finds her balance, I will not risk you three again. Is that clear? I considered arguing, but the regret in his eyes stopped me. Clear, sir. Good. I suggest you see to your teammates. They will need you, if they are to recover. He made an about face and took off down the corridor. The cleansers had drawn us into a trap, and we'd fallen for it. Moran would blame himself for days, I knew. It was what he always did when a plan went wrong. He blamed himself for my parents' deaths, for the other elite teams being captured and even killed. He blamed himself for every wicked thing those assholes did when he shouldn't be. I went to check on Brogan, and found him sitting up in bed. He lives after all. I dragged a stool to his bedside. How you feel? Like I was blown up a few times, he grumbled. Rori. Recovering in her room. Been 2 days. The townspeople are shaken up but fine, I said, giving him the cliff notes of what occurred. And it appears we walked into a trap. Obviously. I told him everything Moran told me. He cursed. We're going to be moving again? Most likely, once Rory's awake and able to move. He pushed himself up, and I stepped back so he could stand. I want to see her. I maneuvered him out of his room and into hers. Merlin moved back so Brogan and I could be closer to her, each of us reaching out and putting a hand on her arm. Brogan brushed his lips across her forehead. A stab of jealousy hit me again, but I held it in. I told myself to get over it, but how could I when I was with Rori every damn day? She was a fighter, someone who cared about others with her whole heart, someone who threw herself into the face of danger despite being scared deep down she'd fail and die. Do you think it was her out there? Brogan whispered. Controlling that power? I'm not sure. You went down and she changed. A weight settled in my gut, as I remembered the moment I thought he'd died. Don't ever do that shit again, man, I added roughly. He draped an arm around my shoulders. Try not to, he promised. I'll try. I rubbed a hand down my face, clearing my throat. Good. I'm going to go grab some coffee. Want anything? I'm good. I hurried out of the door before my emotions got the better of me, then flattened back to the wall outside Rory's room. Brogan had almost died. And as for Rori, well, I wasn't sure what was going to transpire with her. This power was changing her, and if we didn't help her find a balance fast, the power would use her up and potentially destroy her.
Chapter 8. Brogan. On the fourth day, Rori finally awoke, complaining of a headache, but otherwise said she was fine. When we asked her about the fight and the power she used, she shrugged it off and said she did what she had to do to save me. She'd hugged me and kissed my cheek afterward, holding me close, but as I looked over her head at Chaz, he had the same worry in his eyes that I felt. Rori was not herself. There was hardly any time to get her to admit it, though. Within a few hours of her waking, Moran told us we were moving to another safe house. Several Vanguard scouts reported a group of fanatics and protesters were too close for comfort. So we packed our bags, waited until night fell, and were off to another base. This one was not underground, but it wasn't as large either. From the outside, it looked like it had once been an old prison. The inside had been completely transformed, so it resembled another outpost. It's essentially a fortress. Blade guided us to our rooms on the main floor. There's a heavy perimeter of magic and alarms, so they won't be getting too close without our knowing. And what are we supposed to do while here? I asked. Recover, and then continue training. Moran will be following along in another couple of days. Dinner is served in an hour. Rori sighed and pushed open the door to her room. Great. Another cot. I thought you loved cots, I teased, wanting to believe she was the old Rori. Totally. It's my favorite accommodation. They squeak, and you can feel the damned metal bottom digging into your back all night long. Top notch, she said with a wink and a grin that lasted only a second. You think they'll find us here? No. Chaz tossed his bag into his room without ceremony. Shame, Rori muttered. Love to get some payback. Think you already got some, I said slowly, dropping my bag into my room, then turned to face her again. You took out quite a few of them, remember? And I did it to save you. Wait. Why are you both looking at me like that? Like what? I asked innocently. She planted her hands on her hips and glared at me. Like I'm a freak at a freak show. I thought you two would be happy. I'm finally able to use my necromancer abilities. But you're both acting like I'm going to self-combust. We just want to make sure you're all right. No, I don't think so. You're worried I'm not me. Is that it? She snapped, whirling around to glare at Chaz too. Go on, admit it. Fine, Chaz growled. I cursed, knowing this was not going to end well. Fine, what does that mean, fine? She demanded. It means you're not as in control as you think. Not even now, he shot back. I shoved my hands in my pockets. Rory's face turned 3 shades of red. Chaz wasn't about to stop, though. You killed people without a thought. You just did it. To save Brogan and you. I did it the first time around, too. No, that was different. You hesitated, then you held back. This time, you knew what you were doing, and you did it anyway. What happened to the girl who cared about preserving life, instead of taking it? And that amount of power knocked you on your ass for 3 days, he reminded her. Yet you're walking around like you're perfectly fine. So what if I am? You're underestimating me, you always do that. No, I chimed in, unable to keep my mouth shut any longer. He's right. You're not even weakened, but after what you did. Rori, look me in the eye and tell me now that you are you. That you haven't let this other side of you take over. She looked me straight in the eye. I am me. I found my balance and I'm holding on to it. Got it. What you saw out there was me. So let it go. And I was about to, until I caught the flicker of violet in her eyes. Then she was in her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Chaz hung his head as I shook mine, both of us at a loss for what to do about her. I'd heard of magic users being changed by their powers, being consumed by them if they didn't learn to gain full control. Rori was headed down that dangerous road, like a speeding car, unless we found a way to stop her. What do we do? I asked Chaz. What can we do, short of tying her down and making her see reason? We'll have to watch her closely during training. She was lying. She knows there's something off. Yeah, she does. The whole time she'd been talking, her hand had twitched, as if wanting to reach up and tug on her braids like she always did when she was nervous. Or when she was lying. She knew she was unstable, but was too stubborn or too scared to admit it. Our training would pick back up tomorrow, and we would have to be extra cautious with her abilities. Somehow, we'd find a way to bring her back to herself and find that inner balance. Do you think Moran was wrong? I said quietly. About what? About her being able to handle both paths. I know her dad could, but he'd been training since he was a kid. She hasn't been. Chaz frowned as he watched her door. You might be right, as much as I hate to admit it. Having a necromancer around is pretty damned handy. If those 2 paths were constantly fighting each other, eventually it would tear her apart. We might have to help her make a choice. Pick one and turn her back on the other. You want to have that conversation now? Hell. No. We'll wait until we have no other choice. Disappearing into my room didn't sound appealing, so I told Chaz I was going to wander around, check out the place. He said he'd tag along with me. For the first time since the 3 of us had formed a team, a brotherly connection I hadn't noticed before occurred between Chaz and me. I knew how hard he'd fought to save my life before Rori stepped in. I was an only child, but when Chaz and I talked and cracked jokes, I found myself realizing he was my brother no matter what happened. Despite the crap we put each other through in the beginning, we were a team. More than a team, a family. At dinner, Rori appeared long enough to grab a tray, then took it back to her room. I considered following, but if she wanted to be alone, I'd let her be, for tonight at least. Because tomorrow, she wouldn't have a choice. She'd be thrown in a room with us. Again. Blade was too busy receiving orders from Moran to spar with us, so the 3 of us were on our own for the day. When Rori entered the room, I waited to hear what she would say, but she smiled, as if we hadn't gotten into it yesterday, and asked what we should work on. Chaz and I exchanged a brief glance, then he suggested the basics to get us warmed up. We sparred with each other in hand-to-hand, then progressed up to using our powers. We attacked each other in a 3-way fight, careful not to injure one another too badly. Before long we're drenched in sweat. At least 2 of us were. Rori was casually spinning her staff around in her hands as we took a break, her eyes shifting from blue then back to violet. What you did out there, during the battle? Chaz asked her. She set her staff down with a loud clank on the concrete floor. He put a hand on her shoulder. The golden light, do you remember how you did it? You want me to do it again? She asked quietly. I want to know if you'd be able to do it without one of us essentially lying dead. Rori clenched her jaw but shrugged. I'm sure I can, but I'm not about to try it on either one of you. I shook out my hands as I moved forward. Allow me then. Lightning crackled at my fingertips, then shot forward to form 3 totems brimming with life forces of their own, mostly healing energy. Drain them. While we're attacking you, Chaz added, appearing ready to shift. What? Why? Rori looked uncertain. Because that's what you did while you were out there. You attacked one group of soldiers while you drained the others. These fights are only going to get more intense, so let's see if you can repeat what you did. She fumbled with her staff, swallowing loud enough to hear. If you're not ready, then just say so, Chaz said, not unkindly. But we need to understand our limits. Her eyes narrowed, and the violet glow was back in full effect. I don't have any limits. Rori, I started. She slammed her staff down, and ice shot across the floor toward our feet, making us slip as we tried to keep our balance. But she didn't stop there. She raised her staff again, and the ice rose from the floor, forming into sharp shards aimed at Chaz and me. Chaz shifted. I shot him a glance. What was he up to? We said we'd talk to her about her choosing one path, not push her into realizing she had no other choice. So much for thinking. Suddenly, the ice was coming at me, and I reacted on instinct because clearly Rori was not holding back. One of the shards slashed across my arm, drawing blood. Chaz charged in, the ice glancing off his back. He swiped his paw wide to take her out, but she flipped over his back and slammed her hand toward him, sending a swarm of icy wind to drive him further away. All the while, that golden light crept toward the totems. When it reached them, I sensed the drain on their power. Chaz roared. I prayed this would not end badly, then joined him in attacking. Rori moved gracefully, and despite the two of us not holding back our punches, she dodged most of our strikes, using ice shields and strong winds to push us into each other. My lightning struck near her feet and she lunged backward, then spun around, sending a wall of spikes toward my face. I barely managed to destroy them before they struck their target. Chaz rushed in from behind, bringing his paws down. A wave of moss caught Rori's legs, locking her in place. She tugged to get free, but it held fast. The draining on the totem stopped, until she yelled and brought her staff down hard, giving the light new life as the moss withered and died. The use of so much power was clearly taking its toll on her. She was breathing hard. The power in her eyes flickered in and out. Rori, stop, I said, holding out my hand to halt Chaz. This is crazy. No, she grunted and lashed out at us with that icy wind again. It surrounded her like a force field, pushing us back further and further. At the same time, the drain on the totems doubled, until she staggered forward. Blood dripped from her nose. Her whole body shook. Chaz shifted back. Rori, listen to him, he yelled. Enough. No. I can do this. More blood covered her face, and just when the golden light grew bright enough to blind us all, the magic rebounded, and we were all tossed through the air, landing hard on the floor. Rori. I crawled to her, tossing her staff aside as I wiped the blood from her face. Damn it. What were you thinking? You can't push yourself like that. Yes, I can. She shoved my hands away. Go away. Go away. You just want me to go away. After what you did. Not happening, I snapped. She shoved harder and scrambled to her feet, wiping her face on her sleeve, glaring at the blood, then at Chaz and me. Don't look at me like that. I know what I'm capable of. I'm not weak. You got that? I'm not. We never said you were, Chaz argued, but she was already stalking away. Rori, wait. Just leave me alone. I don't need either of you. All you do is get in the way. The words were harsh, but there was a pleading in her eyes that stopped me from shouting back at her. She was terrified of what she'd just done and how it could have hurt more than just her. Rori, talk to us, I begged, reaching out for her, but she flinched away. You can't stay away from us forever. We needed each other, remember? Don't do this. She wiped at her face again, cringing at the amount of blood, but took another step back. What's the point? You both think I can't handle the power. I'll just have to figure a way to prove you wrong. Rori, I shouted, but she refused to come back, and when I went after her, she raised a wall of ice too thick for me to punch through. Damn it. What the hell was that, huh? I yelled, whirling around to Chaz. We said we would talk to her about it, not push her so hard. We didn't push her, she did that to herself, Chaz said, holding his hand to the ice. She must have heard what we said. You think? I ran my hands through my hair, kicked the ice wall, then cursed as my toes smarted. We can't let her fight again until we fix this. And how do we do that? He shrugged, looking about as helpless as I felt. An orange glow came from behind the ice wall, and it melted to reveal Blade, wearing a confused look. Did I miss something? You could say that, I muttered. Whatever issues you three are having, they'll have to wait. New orders. We're moving out soon. Get packed and get ready. We just got here, Chaz complained. And now we're being told to move again. Moran hasn't said why, but I have a feeling I know what the old bastard is up to. Blade walked off. And care to share? I shouted. Blade paused. He's flushing out the traitor and using you three to do it. Let's move. And we were dealing with an unstable team member while Moran was trying to get us attacked. This was a great plan, fantastic. What could possibly go wrong? Here was no time to ask questions. Within the hour, we were loaded into another truck, driving off to some unknown location. Rori rode in the same truck but said nothing. Wouldn't even look at us. Eventually, she would have to, and then we could hopefully have the conversation we needed to have about not balancing herself between two paths. Choosing one so she didn't kill herself.
Chapter 9. Rori. Muscles searing with pain, I grunted and forced myself to get out of bed. Staying in bed would be preferable, but that wasn't allowed, not anymore. After overhearing what Chaz and Brogan said about my abilities, I had no choice but to prove to them, to everyone, that I was my father's daughter. That I could handle the power inside me. I was the first one up every morning, and the last one to finally turn in, no matter what outpost or safe house we were staying at. Ever since the cleansers decided to attack at 4 Point, then again at the town, my life had been flipped upside down, turned inside out, and then stomped on. Repeatedly. By some assholes I didn't even know. I wanted to blow them up, see how they liked it. Wanted to make them watch their closest friends almost killed. Every night when I closed my eyes, all I saw was Brogan on the ground, not moving, not breathing, while Chaz fought to bring him back. Then there was me, letting myself lose control as I killed those soldiers, stole their life, and gave it over to Brogan like it was nothing. Killer. I was turning into a cold-hearted killer. I hated myself for it. Worse, was realizing I wasn't the only one who noticed. Brogan and Chaz wanted to help me, I knew that, but how could they expect me to turn my back on part of who I was? Especially when I had no idea if I would be strong enough to do so. I hadn't spoken to them, not one word, since our last major sparring session. Since then I'd been on my own, with only Merlin to challenge me. A few times he came to me during sleep, encouraging me to talk to the others and accept their help. And each time, the shadow figure loomed over his shoulder, saying I was doing the right thing by keeping them at arm's length. Keeping them safe from the enemy and from me. Not that we had much time to talk anyway. We were constantly on the move now. Moran's plan to flush out the traitor was working, but not well enough. We had been at our latest location for 2 nights, and as far as I could tell, would be staying here for another few. This outpost was not small, and judging from all the vanguard running around, we were at a major headquarters of a sort. At some point, I would have to leave my room and face Brogan and Chaz again. Not telling them what was going on with me was hard, but until I showed them I could handle this, I didn't trust myself to talk to them without going off on them for what they'd said about me. As if that wasn't bad enough, then they pushed me too hard. And the backlash was obviously my fault too. Not Chaz's for challenging me. No, it was all my fault for not knowing my limits. But we were at war. I couldn't have limits. If the attacks kept coming, then we would have to keep fighting. The non-users in this country didn't seem to notice the attacks, or at least that's how it seemed. Completely oblivious to the droves of magic users that were being attacked, buildings set on fire, cars blown up, and those were just the more recent events. Most of the incidents were carried out by the fanatics, but we all knew the cleansers were behind them, trying to draw out the vanguard. It was insanity on a level one never thought I'd see in this day and age, but apparently, society was not as ready for magic users as hoped. The last few decades had all been a lie. Mom at least was safe. She wasn't a magic user, so she would be left alone. I texted her and assured her I was fine a couple of days ago, but hadn't called to tell her anything else. For one, because Moran told us after the attacks that Brogan, Chaz, and I were on lockdown. No communication with anyone unless it was face-to-face. He'd let me text Mom after I'd woken up, then he took my cell. I looked at my reflection in the mirror in my quarters and picked up a lock of my hair. It hadn't turned fully back to black since I fully tapped into my necromancer side. Streaks of white strands were scattered here and there. I was beginning to think Chaz and Brogan were right, that I couldn't control my powers as well as I thought I could. If I willed it to be true hard enough, I believed it would finally be a reality. Admitting the others were right, that I was not strong enough to handle both paths, that was a failure in my eyes. It would weaken our team, and after nearly losing Brogan, that was unacceptable. Rori? You up? Brogan knocked on my door. The familiar whisper in my ear told me to tell him I was, and then to wait until he went away. A longing to talk to Brogan overrode the whisper, and I made for the door, yanked it open and offered up a small smile to his obvious surprise. Yeah, I'm up. I walked back to the bathroom mirror as he entered my room. Any news? Same as always, nothing good. He sat on the edge of my cot, seeming hesitant. Not that I blamed him. This was as much as I'd spoken to him since that day I pushed myself too hard. He cleared his throat. This trap of Moran's might be working. Vanguard reported several known associates of the cleansers moving closer to us. Nothing definitive. Great. So I guess we're still playing hide and seek, I muttered. Guess so. He fell silent. I met his eye in the reflection of the mirror. We need to talk about what happened. I ground my teeth as I ran my fingers through my hair, puffing out my cheeks in annoyance. I pulled it back in a tight bun. Brogan got up and leaned in the doorway, watching me with a scowl. What? Your hair will change back, just give it time. You heard Agnes. Dad had to dye his hair. I tucked a few loose strands behind my ear, then rolled my stiff shoulders. And we don't need to talk about anything. Yes, we do. You'll put yourself in a tough situation if you keep training this hard. What choice do I have? I snapped. You can talk to us. What for? I already know what you both are going to say. I heard it loud and clear. I leaned on the sink, taking in the bags under my eyes and the violet sheen my irises took on, joining the blue. I was changing in ways I wasn't ready for, but unless time decided to stop, there was nothing I could do. My necromancer powers had been awakened forcefully. They weren't about to fade away soon. The shadow's threats echoed in my mind again, that I would regret suppressing it. After realizing I'd drained those soldiers of their lives, I'd put on a brave face that my actions hadn't bothered me. But they did, on so many levels. The shadow told me they got what they deserved, that they would have done worse to me, but that only made me feel even more horrible. The end justifying the means. I was not that person. Rori? You know, the other day, we were only worried about you. That's all we were talking about, he said quietly. You were talking about being weak, I said, the colder side of my personality moving closer to the surface no matter how hard I worked to keep it down. Now I have to prove I'm not. Or you can talk to us, and we can figure something out together. No. I am not turning my back on who I am. Not happening. Whether I was saying it or the shadow, I couldn't be sure. I pushed past him toward the door. He followed behind, grumbling under his breath, but I tuned him out. I opened the door, then cursed, regretting my decision to let Brogan in to start with. Chaz stood in the hall outside my room, leaning against the wall. He arched his brow at the sight of us exiting my room together. I rolled my eyes and kept on going. Nice to see you are speaking to at least one of us again. He pushed off the wall. Briefly, I replied without glancing back. And number. We're not talking about it. How long do you plan on keeping this up, Rori? We're a team for a reason. Remember? A team. Huh. I whipped around to glare at them both. Then tell me why my two teammates are content to decide my fate without any input from me. You two could have talked to me directly, told me about your worries, but instead you talk about me behind my back and decide I can't handle two paths. That is not what we were saying, and you know it, Chaz growled. Sounded like it to me. Why does it matter? Brogan shook his head, looking at a loss for what else he might say to make me understand. We care about you, and you're tearing yourself apart. You can't keep going like this. You'll burn out, and then where will you be? We can't do this without you, Rori, and you can't do it without us either, so don't even think to try. I spun back around and marched onward, not trusting my face to hide my current train of thought. Clearly, that would only serve to solidify their fears. Have you lost your mind? Chaz yelled as they caught up to me. Stop for one damn minute and look at us. He grabbed my arm and forced me to turn. You can't go after them on your own. They'll capture you. Or kill you. I shrugged. Better me than you two, I said so quietly I was surprised they heard me. And what makes our lives more important than yours? Brogan looked ready to strangle me. I'll do whatever is necessary to stop you two from getting hurt again. No. That is not you. That's the damned shadow inside your head. Brogan gripped my shoulders, lowering his face so his gaze locked onto mine. You know we are meant to do this together, as a team. You cannot go out there alone. Who's going where alone? Moran snapped. I hung my head. Rori? I gritted my teeth as Brogan let me go, and slowly pivoted to face Moran. Sir? Explain to me in one sentence why you think you are going to walk out of this outpost alone to take on the cleansers, he snapped, barely holding his anger in check. And how you plan on finding them. I held my hands behind my back, not sure what to say to him without biting his head off, which would only get me into more trouble. I'm waiting. Because I have to, sir, I said lamely. You have to, he repeated, his brow arching. And you honestly think your teammates would let you walk out of here? No, I replied quietly. Not that I planned on telling them. Do you have a death wish, is that it? What? Of course not, I argued. Brogan and Chaz eyed me. I glared at them. I don't, all right. But how else am I supposed to show you all that I don't need to shun one path? And who said you would have to do that? Moran's gaze shifted from me to Chaz, then Brogan. Right then, Blade mentioned you three were having a spat of some kind. Out with it, what's going on, and do not make this a long story. I shrugged. Ask them. Chaz and Brogan launched into exactly what happened and why they were worried. With every word, my anger slipped out of my grasp, and the cold shoulder I'd been giving them both seemed stupid and childish. The shadow tried to reinstate its opinion quite loudly in my head, but I mentally screamed at it to shut up. At least I thought I had. Oh, sorry, I mumbled when I realized Moran, Chaz, and Brogan were all looking at me like I was in fact a crazy person. Can I have a second? I rushed back down the hall and around the corner, then I pressed my back to the wall and shut my eyes. What was happening to me? Why did I ever think I could go after the cleansers alone? Rori, Brogan whispered. My eyes fluttered open. He and Chaz were in front of me. I'm sorry, I mumbled and fell into his chest. He hugged me close, Chaz squeezing my shoulder in comfort. The last few days had passed in a blur, what with the cold logic I'd given into, telling myself if I kept pushing, if I trained hard enough, I would be what they needed me to be. I don't think I can do this. You can, Brogan assured me as he set me back from him. But you have to let us help you. But you both already think I can't handle both paths. Chaz shook his head. If you talked to us, we would have told you that's not what we think, not completely. You need to search for your true balance is all. If you can't, for your sake, you need to make a decision. It's not for us, Rori. We trust you. We always have. You've lost faith and therefore balance in yourself. Powers change people, Brogan added. You're no exception. And it's not like you've had time to come to terms with what is in you. I laughed bitterly. You have a point. I let out a heavy sigh as Moran came around the corner. Sir? Well, if this doesn't look like the worst functioning elite guard team I've ever seen, he muttered. However, they are correct. You show extraordinary power, but until you have the balance without it changing who you are, you cannot use it. Understand? You put yourself at risk. I nodded, but standing there, the presence of the shadow hovering over me, tried to override what I was thinking. Do you have any suggestions? Because it's not exactly leaving me alone here. Agnes. She may have a way to help you. It won't be too soon. The cleansers are on the move, 10 miles away from here. What? I asked sharply. Do they know where we are? We don't know. The intel just came in a few minutes ago. Several of the faces we picked up on our surveillance when they attacked were picked up. The shadow's voice rose again, telling me I was an idiot and I needed to prepare to take them all out. That I was strong enough to drain them of their lives and make them pay. I grabbed hold of Chaz and Brogan's arms to give myself the strength I needed to shut it up, until we found a more permanent solution. Chaz growled but shifted closer. As did Brogan. In an effort to protect me from myself. I wasn't sure they could. Any sign of the other elite guard traveling with them? Chaz asked. Nothing yet. We're hoping they're still alive, which means we are running out of time. You three need a priest who is compatible. Well, once Rori has herself under control. I have 3 more candidates waiting for you. I'll have Agnes find you. As Moran walked away, I sagged back into the wall again. How did I let it get this bad? Fear will do that to anyone, Brogan said with a shrug. But we're taking care of it now, somehow. What do you think Agnes will do? That is a good question, Chaz replied and nodded down the hall. From the look on her face, I'd say it's not going to be all that pleasant. He straightened when she approached. Agnes. She narrowed her eyes at him, then focused on me. Rori, come along. You guys also. She kept on walking, passing us by. We do not have much time. There were a few times when I'd been growing up that I'd been called into the principal's office. This felt exactly like that. Agnes walked ahead of me, not saying a word. Chaz and Brogan were talking quietly behind me, but I was too lost in thought to ask them what they were discussing so heatedly. The more we walked, the more I wondered if Agnes wasn't going to take us down some deep dark passage somewhere in this outpost, and lock me in a room so she could lecture me about being an idiot. Which I'll admit, I had been one. The shadow whispered in my ear again, but I hummed loudly, tuning it out. Rori, you all right there? Chaz asked. Perfect. Just trying not to listen to myself is all. Agnes said nothing but picked up the pace. Eventually, she came to a stop outside a steel door requiring a passcode. She typed one in, pressed her hand to the pad, and when it lit up, the door slid open, allowing us entry. What is this room? I asked, not stepping inside. Armory. Hurry now, Moran, and I have to be leaving in half an hour. What? Chaz asked, alarmed. Where are you two going? Follow up on a lead of our possible traitor. It would appear someone from the government side may have been in contact with one of the fanatics' leaders. Moran does not wish to waste time. Why aren't we coming with you? Brogan asked. Because if we're wrong, he is not willing to have you three out in the open. In case things go south. We'll see what we can find out, and be back by morning. You three, however, have homework. She moved quickly around the small armory, checking tags on crates that had come from our 4-point facility. What are you looking for? I asked. An item I realize I should have given you when you first saw it, she said, flipping open a black crate. Come here, Rori. I joined her and peered into the crate. This? Yes. This should be yours. Why? She reached in and gingerly pulled out the staff I'd picked up the first time I'd gone to see her. The one I knew called to me, the one she said was for a necromancer. Whose was this? It belonged to Trevor Griffith. But I thought he never came back from his last mission, I said, not taking it yet. How did you wind up with it? Chaz's parents retrieved it and returned it to me. To keep it safe. I held my breath as she offered it to me. The shadow inside me whispered with excitement at the sight of the staff. Somehow my magic was connected to Dad's, and part of me feared the second I picked it up, it would completely take over and there would be no chance of holding on to myself. No chance of finding that inner balance. Chaz and Brogan watched with encouraging smiles. Holding my breath, I finally took the staff. The same sense of rightness struck me all over again the moment it made contact with my skin. The sapphire nestled at the top winked, and I realized I hadn't been seeing things the first time it happened. Agnes stepped away as I spun the staff around, wielding it as I had my other one. I rested the end against the floor and I frowned. How am I supposed to use two staves? You can't. You'll have to decide which one works better for you. But you told me this one is only for a necromancer. I lied, she said simply. The staff you had crafted for yourself is capable of helping you with both paths. Yes, I lied about that too, so move on. She waved at me when I opened my mouth to question her. However, this one is already used to carrying the load of two paths. It's attuned to the path of a necromancer and a frost mage, but it is not attuned to you. There could be some obstacles along the way. Bad ones? Won't know until you use it. And I'm assuming you want me to use it sooner rather than later? To avoid these obstacles happening when I need my powers most. She nodded. That'd be ideal. Only if you choose to carry this staff instead of your own. She fell silent as she closed the case and watched me spin the staff around that belonged to my dad. It belonged with me, that's what she said, and the easy way it rested in my hands told me I should use this one, but as right as it felt, I hesitated. He'd been a great necromancer. Did I want to be known for my necromancy, though? The part of me that scared me half to death to see again. Now then, on to our next order of business. Moran has asked me to find a way for you to reach your balance. Please tell me you have a way to help. I cringed. I do, but it will be far from simple, and you may not like what you see. Meaning what? Agnes, what do you want me to do here? She walked around the armory until she was back at the door, holding her hands together in front of her. Necromancy is a touchy path to follow for one power, let alone balancing that magic with the unpredictable elemental ways of a mage. She reached for Dad's staff. I handed it over to her without question. She ran her hand over the top, smiling softly as if remembering the day she crafted it. He learned over time to embrace that side of him. To accept it. In turn, he changed it, instead of letting it affect him negatively. Okay, but how do I do that? I asked again. Started to get agitated at her lack of a straight answer. You would have to ask him. I looked at her like she'd gone crazy. Seriously? You are a necromancer, she reminded me, tossing me Dad's staff. So speak to the dead. I can't do that. There's a lot you can do if you would only trust yourself. Trust the magic that runs through your veins. Trust your team. Your companions to be there for you just as you have been there for them. She squeezed my shoulder, then rested her hand on my head in blessing. Have faith, Rori. That's the key. For you to reach the spirit of your father, you must enter the void where all souls go when they pass. I got that, but how? You must find the door between our world and theirs, use the connection you three carry. They will be your tether back home. And how do I find him when I get there? She nodded to the staff. Carry this with you and you'll find him. Now, I suggest you use the temple. It should be nice and soothing perfect for you to get to that specific state of mind. Do not tarry there for long, she warned. And remember, all you see there are dead. They cannot return with you. I thought the whole point of being a necromancer was to raise the dead? I challenged. Rori, listen to me, Agnes said sternly, her eyes were glowing in warning. The cycle of life and death is precious. You can raise the dead, but returning a soul to a body buried beneath the ground is a fate worse than death. Those souls that have died must remain so, or you will disrupt the natural order. Do you understand me? I sighed, scratching the idea that had been forming in my mind to bring Dad back. I do. Good. I suggest you three get a move on. I will see you in the morning. Then she was gone. Well, guess I'm going to the void. Sounds exciting, I said, trying to keep a smile on my face even as my hands shook. I don't think I can do this. You're not alone, Brogan reminded me. We won't let you get stuck there. Good to know. Chaz? Why do you look so worried? His brow was furrowed and he was growling quietly. From what I've heard, when someone's in the void, they can't hear anything back where their physical body is. If anything happens on this side, we won't be able to reach you. What's the worst that could happen? I clutched Dad's staff in my hands and after taking a deep breath, decided there was no time like the present. I had no idea where the temple was, but Chaz said he would take us there if I was sure I was ready to do this. There was no other choice. The pressure was on for me to get a hold of my power and either figure out a way to use it or decide to only walk one path. The entire walk, carrying Dad's staff, I sensed his presence with me, which I took as a good sign. If I felt him already, then finding his soul in the void would be easy. I hoped. The temple space was near the rear of the outpost, and was such a sheer contrast from the steel and stone of the rest of the outpost, I thought for a second we'd been transported somewhere else. This is beautiful. I turned slowly as I entered the area, taking in the yellow and red flowers on vibrant green vines crawling up the columns. Soft grass and moss covered the ground at our feet. At the center was a small pond with a large cushioned seat. Get comfortable. That's going to be the key to you getting enough focus to get to the void, Chaz told me. Right? I handed Dad's staff to Brogan and kicked out of my boots, then peeled off my socks too, wanting to feel the grass beneath my feet. Brogan handed Dad's staff over and kissed my cheek. You've got this. Chaz and Brogan stepped over the water to the stone platform in the center of the pond. Chaz reached back to help me hop over to join them. The nervous energy coming off Chaz made me pause, but he said nothing and motioned for me to have a seat. Should one of you come with me? I asked suddenly, as I sat cross-legged on the cushion. Can we? Brogan asked. Agnes didn't say we couldn't, Chaz said slowly. But I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Why not? Whoever goes with you will be riding along your power, meaning they'll be able to see into your mind. Do you want one of us inside your head like that? Chaz raised a brow. He had a point, and I shook my head. Not particularly. I settled Dad's staff to my right, unsure if I would need it for an extra power boost, snapped my fingers and summoned my staff, placing it alongside Dad's. Seeing how similar they were brought a sad smile to my face, knowing I'd never get the chance to fight side by side with him. Think I'm ready. Chaz and Brogan sat on either side of me as I closed my eyes, focusing on Dad and the void. Agnes had not given me any specific instructions, so I cleared my mind the best I could, then drew on my necromancer powers. Immediately the shadow was there, telling me I shouldn't do this, that I should trust it and be done with this. Its voice grew louder and louder, and when I yelled for it to shut up, a loud crack sounded. I winced as power crackled along the staves and into me. Rori? Brogan asked, worried, reaching out. Damn. I'm all right, I told him, glaring at the staves. I'm fine. It's being difficult. It? Shadow me, I muttered and shut my eyes again, blocking out their breathing and the quiet argument they were having. You know, if you two could shut up, that'd be great, I said when it kept going. They fell silent immediately, but the tension in the room had risen. I scrunched my eyes tighter, focusing only on my breathing. My hand moved on its own, reaching out for Dad's staff. My fingers closed around the cool metal, and a jolt shot through my body as a door appeared in my mind. I see a door, I whispered. I think this is the void. Can you step through? Brogan asked. I reached for it in my mind, but the door slipped out of sight before I could. Lost it. I don't think I'm strong enough on my own. We'll give you a boost. Chaz placed his hand on my left shoulder, as Brogan did the same to my right. I gasped at the sudden influx of power flowing through my veins, and latched onto the steady flow of power running from one of us to the other. Around and around in an endless circle. The door burst to life with glowing color this time, and I stepped forward, ready to push through. Until I sensed another presence in my mind. Two, actually. Brogan and Chaz were both here, about to go through the door with me. I remembered what Chaz said, and suddenly the last thing I wanted was for Brogan to know whatever was going on inside my head. The door opened on its own, and as I was pulled inside the swirling void beyond. One presence came with me for the ride, while the other was left behind in the temple. I was floating, and then my feet hit solid ground. I blinked to clear the blurriness away, and found I stood in a colorless world. I was on a street, but had no idea where it actually was. Thankfully, Dad's staff was still in my right hand, and as I held it up, the sapphire started to glow, then flickered and went out. No. No. Come on. I shook the staff, as if that would get it working again. Shit. Rori? I jumped at the sound of Chaz's voice, then whirled around. He stood beside me, looking at me with a very confused look on his face. Well, hell. Yeah, you could say that, he growled. What did you do?
Chapter 10. Chaz. This was not what I expected to happen at all. I blinked as I took in the surroundings of the drab world. The people walking around, not noticing us at all. Is this the void? I'm going to say yes, Rori replied. And what exactly am I doing here with you? There'd been a tug as I was pulled along with her. But I was certain she shoved Brogan and me back to our own minds. Apparently, I was wrong. Where's Brogan? She held her dad's staff in front of her, as if it would ward off whatever we were about to face. Or maybe protect against my annoyance at being the one sucked into this mess with her, instead of Brogan. He was the one dating her, after all. Rori. All right, I sensed you both, and at the last second, I might have thrown Brogan back. I crossed my arms with a grunt. Why, might I ask, would you do that? You really think I want the guy I'm dating seeing anything going on inside my head? She shot back. I have no idea what you might see or hear or whatever. But I definitely don't need him catching sight of anything. Understandable, I said, but had no idea why she hadn't tried to shove me out of her head too. We got along for the most part, but it was no secret, Rori and I were the more combustible of our small group. I tilted my head, thinking on the matter, sensing there was another reason. She said nothing else and instead held out her dad's staff. Is it not working? No. It went out as soon as we got here. Only you can get it to work. And if I can't? Then we can't find your dad, I said, annoyed. Try it again. She really should have let Brogan come. Not me. This was the first time we'd been alone together in weeks. Okay, we weren't completely alone, not if we counted the souls wandering aimlessly around us. In all the time I spent with Rori, I noticed every move she made, no matter how many times I tried to suppress the feelings I had toward her. Pissing off Brogan by starting a jealous spat was never my intention, but each time she was hurt, it tore me up inside just as much as it did him. Worse, since I couldn't comfort her the way he did. I told myself over and over, she made her choice to be with him and saw me as a friend. A teammate and nothing more. But I was the one she pulled with her into the void. Not Brogan. Chaz. Nothing. It's nothing, I said in a rush. Are you thinking of your dad? I cleared my throat when my voice came out rough. I am, but it's not working. Close your eyes, think of him. Try again. She pursed her lips but did as I asked. Her hands held the staff tightly. I watched the sapphire at the top, waiting to see any sign of life. I was so intent on watching it, I nearly missed the words whispered in my ear. As if Rori was talking to me, the same time she was standing in front of me. Though her eyes and mouth were clearly closed. Great, now I've got Chaz in my head, this is perfect. Really perfect. Bad enough I almost had Brogan here, but now I've got Chaz? Shit, this is bad. All of this is just bad. What if he sees what I'm thinking about him, or trying not to think about him? Everything's been such a mess, and it's all so damn confusing with them both. If he sees anything. No, can't let him. Just have to not think about him or anything except what we're doing here. That's all. I coughed, averting my gaze as her thoughts continued to ramble on and on inside my head, until I couldn't take it anymore. Rori? You might want to watch your thoughts. Why? She asked, peeking one eye open. Because whatever connection we have going on, I can hear them. All of them. Her face reddened and she gulped. Oh, come on. Can't anything go right for me? I smirked until she glowered at me. What? Not my fault you're broadcasting every little thought to me. No, you're right, never mind. She set the staff down and huffed. I have no idea what to do if we can't get the staff to work. Guess we could just walk around? Wouldn't be a bad start. Though, we can't stay here forever. Does this place feel familiar to you? She asked as we set off down the street in a random direction. Kinda. The street was lined with shops and cafes. A park came into view, and we paused at the white fence that surrounded it. I paused. I've been here before. When you were a kid. Yeah, think you were here too though. I studied the playground, then reached back into my mind as I focused on the names of the business. This is my hometown. Where I grew up with my parents, before I went to stay with Moran and Agnes. I think Trevor grew up here too, until he met your mom. Really? Yeah, let's keep going. I think this is a good sign. The souls continued to pay no attention to us. Most were smiling and talking with others. A few appeared solemn and sad, but none of them were threatening. It was peaceful. I understood how someone could get lost here easily. Despite the lack of color, it was calm and comforting. There was no war here, no fighting. We walked, and our hands brushed casually as we did, like they had so many times before. Unlike the other times, there was a spark of warmth against the cold of her skin, and I was acutely aware of how close her shoulder was to mine. How her breathing grew slightly faster. Is there something you need to tell me? I finally asked, unable to keep silent about it any longer. Nope. Nothing at all, she said quickly. Rori, come on. I heard your entire tirade. Just tell me. I held my breath, not sure what the hell I was hoping for, and why I suddenly wanted to hear her say she liked me more than Brogan. What was I, 10 years old? But the longer she took the answer, the more I got my hopes up, that maybe there was more to this relationship between us than I originally thought. She grabbed my arm, pulling me to a stop. Look. I'll admit at first I didn't like you. I laughed as I nodded. The feeling was mutual. Her eyes narrowed even as she started to smile. But with the way things have changed, and I feel so connected to you and Brogan, there are times where I'm not sure what I feel. If it's real or heat of the moment. And then there are times when I look at you, and I get a little lost. Lost? In a good way. Or not in a good way. She grunted in annoyance, shaking out her braids. Sorry, this is not making any sense, probably making it all worse. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. And that I said nothing. Afraid it's not so simple, I murmured. This time she was the one watching me intensely. Chaz. Something you need to tell me. I rubbed the back of my neck hard, wishing for a fight to interrupt the conversation. It's nothing. Obviously not. I told you. Now you tell me. What have you been hiding? Honestly. Quite a bit, but I'm not about to get between you and Brogan. How long? She asked. I shrugged, telling myself to lie and say it was recently, so I didn't come across as a damned sap. Suddenly, I was replying without even stopping to think of what I was about to say. First time I saw you. No, she said with a surprised laugh. You were so annoyed with me. Annoyed, amused. I tilted my head back and forth. You are quite the intriguing one, Rori. And for some reason, I was drawn to you. Even without Moran telling me I might be compatible with you. You mean the first time you saw me, right? I gave her a confused look. I mean, we were kids together, she reminded me. True, but I think back then we were content to throw mud at each other in the garden. She frowned, but then her eyes lit up. She reached for my arm again, her skin cool to the touch, but the heat between us was unmistakable. I remember. You got mud all in my hair, and I may or may not have rammed you into the biggest puddle I could find. We were quite the team. Even back then, I agreed with a sad smile. Too bad it ended. Just for a decade and some years, she mused. We found our way back to each other, and I'd like to think we still make a good team. Is that all? I asked, knowing I was stirring up shit without meaning to. I told myself I would stay out of Brogan and Rori's relationship, but here alone with her now, reminiscing like we hadn't had the chance to since this war started, I realized how much I wanted her to be with me. The friendship that started when we were little had only made us closer now, fighting for our lives. My hand moved on its own, and I tucked a loose strand of her white-streaked hair behind her ear. Her breath catching sent my heart racing. This was more intense than our last sparring session. Keep thinking I need to dye this mess, she joked nervously. Why? You look incredible with it, I assured her and moved in closer. She did the same until there was no space left between us. Until this moment, I hadn't realized how much I longed to be with Rori and hold her the way Brogan had. Kiss her until we were both struggling to breathe. Our lives had been non-stop chaos, and wherever we were, Brogan was there, or Agnes, or someone else. Never giving us a chance to have this moment. I thought of all the times I'd seen her hurt and bleeding, the times I wasn't sure if she'd wake up again or not. The times we'd gotten on each other's nerves, and how I knew she smirked at me, even when she was trying to be pissed off at me for doing one thing or another. My arm wrapped around her waist, and I sighed at how perfect it was to hold her against me. I was lowering my head, ready to kiss her and if nothing else, let her know for certain how much I'd held back from her. Until she frowned and glanced over my shoulder. Chaz. There are two people staring at us, she whispered. Cursing whoever the hell it was, I asked her what they looked like. Familiar, she replied, and she leaned in closer to me, not helping matters at all. Chaz, the guy looks like you. What? Slowly, I broke apart from Rori. I spotted the two souls eyeing us closely. Their eyes lit up in recognition, and my stomach plummeted. Then they were running toward me, and it was all I could do to hug the man and then the woman, tears streaming down my cheeks, unable to stop them. Mom? Dad? I murmured. They hugged me to them. Overwhelmed, I couldn't get the words to come, and instead sank into their embrace like I was a little kid all over again. Son, Dad said, holding my face in his hands as he kissed my forehead. We never wanted to see you so soon. What happened? What? I asked, finally noticing the sadness beneath the joy in their eyes. I'm not dead. They sighed in relief, but then shook their heads. How are you here? Mom asked. I turned and nodded to Rori. Remember her? Rori waved hesitantly, then wiped at her eyes as my parents moved toward her. Hi, not sure if you know me or not. I'm Trevor's daughter. Rori, Mom breathed and then wrapped her up in her arms. My dear sweet girl, you look so much like your mother. Except that hair, Dad pointed out with a chuckle. That is all, Trevor. My God, you both have grown up so much. Charlie, right? Rori said, and he beamed at her. Mel? That's right, hon. How is your mom doing? She's good, she's still running the bakery. She glanced at me, but I had no idea what to think. We'd come down here looking for her dad, and wound up finding my dead parents instead. I had a million questions to ask them, stories I wanted to catch them up on, but sadly, our time was short and we were on a mission. Mom, Dad. We can't stay here for long. You shouldn't want to either, Mom insisted. As happy as we are to see you, hug you, why are you here? We're looking for Trevor, I told her. And we don't have much time. I'm having some difficulties with following two paths at once, Rori explained. Their looks of confusion intensified. Is something wrong? Did Dad not come here when he died? I was supposed to be able to use his staff to track him, but it isn't working. Think I might be doing something wrong. Dad and Mom sighed together. Then Mom said, I'm afraid his staff won't be able to locate him. At least not here. Why not? I have to find him, talk to him, figure out what the hell to do, Rori said in a panic. It won't work because Trevor Griffith isn't dead, Dad said. He's alive? Rori whispered. He is. Perhaps it's time we finally told you exactly what happened, all those years ago. We didn't have much time, but if they could tell us anything that might help us find Rori's dad, now that we knew he was not dead, we could spare the extra time. Not like anything was happening back at the outpost. Except Brogan probably wondering why the hell I was sucked into the void with Rori. And not him.
Chapter 11. Brogan. The jolt of power threw me back, nearly into the water. Damn. Chaz, you all right? I sat up, expecting to see him looking back at me. Instead, his eyes were closed and his head hung against his chest. I nudged him carefully, but he stayed exactly as he was. Rori was in the same state. Then I realized what happened. Shit. Somehow, he'd gone with her into the void. Why hadn't it let me go in with them? Or had it been Rori shoving me back? I got to my feet and slowly walked around the temple, trying not to overthink what happened. I assumed it was out of Rori's control. If not, well, I'd ask her when they got. It's nothing, I muttered to myself on my third pass around them both. Or the girl you like doesn't want you inside her head. The last few weeks had been hard on all of us, and looking back, I hated to admit it that I might have been overprotective at times. How could I not be, with all the crap we'd gone through? The fights during which we'd all nearly died. I thought back to the last few times I'd held Rori, the few kisses we shared, and stopped my mad pacing. In the beginning, it had all been fun and light-hearted. We had good times together, but in the back of my mind, I always sensed there was something missing. I'd grown closer to her as a member of the same team, but at the same time, we'd grown further apart as a couple. Part of me thought I should be upset at that, but another part was wondering if we weren't better off as teammates or friends. She and Chaz had known each other as kids, after all. They had a deeper connection than I could ever hope to have with her. You sound like some confused kid, I muttered, annoyed with myself. I was almost ready to sit down and wait for them to return. Blade rushed into the temple. What's wrong? What are they doing? They went into the void to find Rori's dad. Blade? Shit. We need them back. Scouts reported a large group of soldiers moving toward us. Then they lost them. Are they coming here? I grabbed their shoulders, giving them both a firm shake, but neither woke up. I can't reach them in this state. If we're attacked, they're helpless. I would say yes. This is one of the more known bases. I would hazard a guess that Moran's plan has finally paid off. Are he and Agnes still here? Left. We're trying to call them back, but something's interfering with our communications. I can't just leave Rori and Chaz down here. You'll stay here and guard them. I'll send a few other soldiers to help you. Brogan, if this turns into a fight, if they get in. He stopped when the lights went out and a loud humming noise filled the room. Then emergency lights kicked in, dimly lighting up the temple. Damn it. What was that? They're attacking our power, that's what, he snapped. Stay here. And then he was gone. Why had we ever left the underground base? They would never have been able to pinpoint us there. Now, we were at a facility just like the one at 4 Point. There was a barricade placed around this one too, but we'd already seen what they could do to those. The ground rumbled beneath my feet, and I froze, straining to hear what was happening at the other end of the outpost. Steps rushed toward me. 2 guys and a woman. The mark on the back of her hand said she was a priest, and the other 2 were a fire and frost mage. Blade said we were to stick with you and them, she said. She was my age, maybe a year older. She had sharp cheekbones beneath smooth brown skin, and eyes that were already glowing a fierce gold as she called on her power. She snapped her fingers, and a white staff appeared in her hand. Right, I managed to get out, finding it hard to form words as I caught her giving me a quick once-over. Brogan. I know who you are, she said with a brief smile that lit up her eyes even more. Bruni. That's Jackson and Greg. The 2 guys nodded as she said their names. You're not a team, are you? No, just been together for a long while. She turned her back to me, and they took up guard points in the hall outside the temple doors. I stood beside her, lightning crackling along my fingertips. Without Chaz and Rori here, I was on my own. I shut my eyes to focus my power, listening all the while to the eerie silence that had fallen over the outpost. Every now and then an order was shouted from some other hall, but no one came to us. I reached out slowly, trying to sense if Rori and Chaz were close to coming back or not, when I brushed up against a warm presence that spoke to me easily. Tentatively, I brushed against it with my power, and my eyes flew open as the same strong connection I felt with Rori and Chaz burst to life. No, this was much stronger, more intense. What was that? Bruni asked, eyes wide as she glanced at me. You! But it was all I managed to say. Then an alarm wailed overhead and the lights began to flash. They're here. Brogan, what was that? Bruni demanded again. Gunfire sounded in the distance, and the walls shook as explosions were set off one after the other. There was no time to tell her much, but I took her hand. You're our 4th. I'm your what? Shouts echoed off the walls. Jackson and Greg moved down to see what was going on. They barely made it to the end when they were yelling for us to get down. A split second later, another explosion rang out, and debris from the walls and ceiling fell on us. I expected enemy soldiers to pour in through the walls, but no one came. Yet, at least. I glanced back into the temple. Its walls were holding for now. Not willing to stand here while the others were attacked, I created a seal on the doorway with lightning, using my power and Bruni's light magic to make it stronger. Her eyes widened as the power settled in, crackling blue and violet and gold. We'll stay within sight of the door. Nothing gets past us, I told the others, but I'm not going to wait for them to come to us. We ran down the length of the corridor, stopping to peer out a hole made during the explosion. We were on the 2nd floor, looking out into a courtyard that had erupted in utter chaos. Electrical bursts were taking out our fighters. I reached toward the sky. Without Chaz and Rori to pull on, I waited for my power to falter. Then Bruni was beside me, her hand on my shoulder giving me strength, as if driven to do so by instinct. Of course, now of all times, we'd found our priest, when we were potentially going to die. Dark clouds rolled in, blocking out the cheery sunshine and bringing torrential rain on the soldiers. Lightning crackled through the heavens, then shot toward the ground where I directed it. I wouldn't be able to keep the storm raging for long, but maybe long enough to turn the tide of the fight getting out of hand. The gate that stretched around the outpost had been flattened by the enemy's armored convoy. What was left of the magical barricade was cracked and sputtering. I yelled as I brought more lightning down on them, aiming for the heavily armored vehicles and the men taking cover behind them. But as strong as I was, I couldn't hold back the soldiers pouring into the courtyard. We had a good number of vanguard here, but the enemy had those electrical grenades, cutting us off from our power and giving them the advantage. "Brogan, look out," Bruni yelled. She placed her staff in front of us as bullets flew our direction, popping against the golden-white shield she'd created. I was telling her we needed to move when I spotted the grenade land beside us. I grabbed hold of her, protecting her with my body as the explosion sent us careening off the edge and tumbling down into the courtyard. I managed to take most of the impact, grunting at the pain in my body. She'd cushioned our fall. I pushed up to see through the torrential rains and found her unconscious only a few feet away. Her staff had fallen from her hand. "Bruni," I muttered, crawling to her through the mud and shaking her shoulder. "Bruni." "Looks like we got a couple, boys," a man yelled as his boots squished in the mud. "On your feet now. We'll take the girl too." The grenade they used had been electrical, but most of the blast missed me. My power was already coming back. I got to my feet, placing myself in front of Bruni, and held up my arms. "Look guys, we can talk about this," I said lightly. "Shut your trap," the man snapped, aiming his rifle at my head. "I'm just saying there's no need for all this violence, all right?" Out of the corner of my eye, I spied soldiers working to get past the vanguard at the main entrance. We had to stop them from getting to Chaz and Rori. My power came to life within me. I readied to summon lightning. Bruni stirred behind me, but kept herself on the ground. I shifted to block them from seeing her reaching for her staff, keeping the soldiers' eyes trained on me. I had no idea how we were going to get out of this, but I was not going to go down without a fight. And I was not going to fail Chaz and Rori. No way. Not now. Not ever. "Put your hands on your head and get down on your knees." "Do it," the man shouted. "Bad knees." "Afraid I can't do that," I said with a shrug. "Do it now, or I'll put a bullet through your skull." Lightning lit up the sky overhead. I winked at him as I snapped my fingers. A bright indigo bolt struck the soldier, killing him instantly and blinding the others. I stepped to the side as Bruni rose to her feet and slammed her staff into the mud with a yell. Golden light blasted the remaining soldiers away from us, giving us the chance we needed to move. "We have to stop them," I yelled at her, charging for the door. We were being overrun, there were too many soldiers, but until Moran and Agnes returned, or Chaz and Rori came back, we had no choice but to keep fighting and push through. I ran into the mass of soldiers, tackling them to the ground as I pulled lightning and winds around me, disarming them of their guns. Bruni used her staff to attack. Bodies soared overhead, and together we cleared the doorway. Vanguard members rallied to us. I threw my arm in the air as I yelled for a charge. Blade and the other commanders were nowhere in sight, and I feared the worst. But until I saw dead bodies, I assured myself they were alive. One way or another, we'd survive this fight. That was my hope.
Chapter 12. Rori. "I don't understand," I said as we all sat on a bench in the park. "Which part?" Chaz muttered. I wasn't sure if he was referring to finding his parents and the information they dumped on us, or the kiss we'd been about to share. I had no idea what to even think of that. I'd been so sure I was happy with Brogan. I liked him a lot, but there was something between Chaz and me. I hadn't realized I'd been hiding from it until this moment. We were finally alone, and that it seemed was all we needed to understand there was a lot more going on between us than bantering and being teammates. His arched brow caused butterflies in my stomach, and I had to force myself to get back on track with the real reason why we were here and not think about finishing what we started. "Start with what happened the night everyone thinks my dad died," I said, still in shock that he was alive and out there somewhere. Mel and Charlie tensed but nodded. She began. "I think we should start before then. We were on orders to observe several people that had popped up on Moran's radar. Potential troublemakers, but nothing serious. At least not at first." "The leaders of the cleansers?" I asked. Back then, they didn't have a name yet. Weren't as organized as they were the night everything went to shit, Charlie said. We had no idea who the leaders actually were either. They were merely another anti-magic group. We thought they would stay that way. We were wrong. What happened? We kept a close eye on them, but then they disappeared for 6 months. That was when the corruption started, Mel explained. It began with only a couple people, but then there were more. After that, there were reports of deaths. The situation was getting out of control, and all we had were a few faces, not even names to go with the faces. But the 4 of you went in, I said quietly. You were tasked with taking out their leaders, right? We did, and what we saw in there. Mel shuddered, and looked like she never wanted to speak of it. We went in assuming there would be a small guard and a few of their leaders in a normal house, but inside in the basement we found a full facility. High-tech, filled with cages of our own being tortured. Being corrupted. And the leaders? There were too many people to figure out who exactly was in charge, but when the fighting broke out, we heard 2 names being yelled over the radio. Tabitha and Simon, Charlie said. Why was Moran never told those names? Chaz asked. Were they the ones who came after you? Who killed you both? He choked up on the last bit. Mel reached out to him, taking his hand. They were, and we told him, but the names meant nothing. What do you mean? They had to pop up somewhere, I argued. We assumed so too, but every database we searched had no mention of a Tabitha or a Simon. Nothing online. Nothing anywhere. And we had no last names. Even the house we raided was owned by a corporation that had long since shut down. We were at a dead end, so the names fell away. And you have no idea who they are, why they started this? I pressed. From what we could tell, they want to rid the world of magic completely, Mel muttered. That night your father and Grayson were taken. We barely had a chance to escape alive. Wounded severely, dealing with the effects of those damned shock grenades. I rubbed my arms as a chill raced through my body, knowing full well the pain of those damn things. And no one ever went back. We assumed Grayson and Trevor were killed. Until we died ourselves and realized they weren't here. Grayson's alive too? Chaz asked surprised. Charlie and Mel leaned into each other, shaking their heads. He appeared 3 years ago, but we haven't gotten him to say a damned word. But he's here and he'll know about these people, right? I said excitedly. We have to find him. We know where he is, but Rori, he won't talk about it. I have to try, I told Mel. Please, the cleansers are strong than before. They're coming after the 3 of us, attacking innocents all across the country. They've put a stop to our elite guard teams. Any day now, they're going to find us. I gripped Mel's hands as I looked her in the eye. We need to know all we can, so we can avenge your deaths and save everyone else. I almost told her then what her son had done, about his oath. But that was on Chaz to do, if he so chose to. From the strained look on his face, he was having the same debate with himself. Mel looked from me to Chaz then back again, nodding slowly. We will take you to him, but there is no guarantee he will speak to you. I know, but I can't go back without trying everything. Mel and Charlie rose and walked through the park. Chaz and I followed. He chewed nervously on his bottom lip. I grabbed his hand without thinking and he squeezed mine back. I knew he was embracing the cold that came off me. Chaz's inner bear always made him warmer, so we balanced each other out in a weird way. I'd always made Brogan cold without meaning to. This is a good thing, I whispered to him. We'll be able to return with information to help us fight the cleansers. I know, it's just seeing them again, it's overwhelming. I'm sure they feel the same about you. And your dad, he's alive. He squeezed my hand again and gave me a hopeful grin. We can find him and bring him home. If I walked through the front door of my home with Dad at my side, alive after all this time, Mom would lose her shit. She'd be pissed at first, of course, thinking he'd run off, but then he would tell her the truth and I could have my family back. Hope grew within me, that if I could survive this war, there was a bright future waiting for me with my family. I wondered briefly if I would find myself with Chaz or Brogan at the end of all this. Or neither. The park gave way to an open field with a small shack that did not fit in with the rest of the scenery we'd seen so far. Outside it, resting on a log, was a man with the same facial structure as Brogan, the same leather and beads woven into his hair, and the exact same marking on the back of his right hand. As we approached, Mel and Charlie told us to wait and let them go ahead. "Grayson?" Mel greeted him softly. "We have visitors who would like to speak to you." The shaman poked a stick at his small fire, but did nothing else. "They know Brogan. Your nephew," Mel tried again. "They've come to ask you some questions, to help them take down the enemy we couldn't." Grayson stiffened, and his eyes shot over to Chaz and me. "No. Please, sir." I hurried toward him, sinking to the ground beside his seat. "I know whatever happened to you was not good, but we need your help to defeat them. To get rid of them for good." Grayson looked past me at the crackling fire, his eyes lifeless and dull. "Look, I'm sorry for what they did to you, but we need to know who they are. Where they are. Brogan is part of our team now, and the three of us are being targeted," I went on, waiting for something to make him open up. "I don't want him to die. Hell, I really don't want to die, but we have nothing to go on and they're attacking us." Grayson huffed roughly but shook his head. "I'm sorry for that, but my nephew and everyone else needs to take cover and stay out of their way. There's no stopping them." "That's not true." Chaz stepped forward. "We've already taken out a good number of their soldiers, seen their weapons." "Seen them?" he snapped. "Is that all?" "No," Chaz shot back with a growl. "We felt the pain of those grenades, been cut off from our powers and nearly taken captive. Brogan nearly died during the last attack, but Rori saved him. We know what we're up against, but we need to know who they are." Grayson stalked away from us, shaking his head like a man on the edge of insanity. "No, you don't. As soon as you know of them, it's over. They'll find you, and they'll do to you what they did to me." "Kill us?" Chaz asked. I glowered at him for being so harsh. But Grayson stopped moving and hung his head. "Trevor and I were trapped for years in cages," he whispered, barely loud enough for us to hear. "Each day was a new form of torture. Every day, we told each other to hold on, but the pain, what they did to us, they corrupted us bit by bit, until Trevor. He no longer knows himself." My heart sank as the bright future I glimpsed vanished. There might be no saving him, if he was already corrupt and his mind gone. "And they killed you?" Chaz asked quietly. "Did you try to escape?" Grayson faced us again, but his eyes were filled with agony and regret. "I never had the strength to try. They stripped my power. I couldn't take it. I was too weak to break out, but my mind was turning. I refused to be used as their puppet, so I attacked a guard, got hold of his gun. I took my own life before they could." The silence that fell over the field was heavy, weighing me down until I gave into it, and kneeled next to him. "These monsters, they destroyed some of the strongest people we had in the vanguard. Broke them apart piece by piece, drove them to madness and suicide. And Dad was still with them. Who knew what was happening to him now?" I snapped my fingers and called up Dad's staff. Would he ever get the chance to wield it again? Hold it in his hands? If it didn't work here, then he was alive. That was the only bright light I could hold on to. But how long would he last if he'd forgotten who he was 3 years ago? To think all this time, I'd been going about my life, blaming him for Mom being miserable, blaming him for leaving us. Tears slipped down my cheeks. Chaz kneeled in front of me, wiping them away gently with his thumb. "Sorry. Not sure why I'm even crying," I mumbled. "It's all right, we'll get your dad back," he promised. "No," Grayson shouted. "You cannot go after them. They will kill you all." Chaz got in his face. "I am going after them, because I have to avenge my parents. As for Brogan, we'll tell him what happened to you, and you don't think he'll feel the same? You think Rori is going to sit there and let them keep her dad forever? We have a job to do, and I'm sorry you were taken. I'm sorry the only way out you saw was taking your own life, but we haven't given up yet. We're just getting started. You can either give us what we need to help us, or you can continue to wallow in your misery. Either way, we're going after them." He came back to me and reached for my hand to pull me to my feet. I put my hand in his. "Mom, Dad, as much as I wish to stay with you, we have to go back." "Go," Mel told him and hugged her son tightly. "Be safe, Chaz." Charlie hugged him next, whispering something in his son's ear that had him turning a bright shade of red. Then he clapped him on the back, and we started toward the street where we'd first appeared in the void. I was beginning to think of the door, realizing we'd come here for one purpose and were leaving without fulfilling it, when Grayson called out our names. "Wait, just wait," he shouted. We paused. He hustled over to us, preventing us from going any further. "Bogard." "What?" Chaz asked. "Simon and Tabitha Bogard," he said clearly. "They are dangerous, smart, and have money coming from somewhere we couldn't figure out." "Do you remember where they took you?" "West." That was all I knew. The one time I was outside during transportation, it was hot, no humidity, and I thought I saw mountains in the distance, Grayson explained. "You have to be careful. What they're doing, they've found a way to use science against our kind, and if they aren't stopped, they will wipe us all out." "But why? I don't understand why they hate us so much." Grayson smiled sadly as he reached for my shoulder. "They had kids once. We're a happy family, but there was an accident. Fighting broke out between magic users and non-users, and their kids were caught up in it, killed by a mage. It was terrible, and they weren't the only casualties. Then the person who did it simply vanished. There was no justice. As far as I know, that's what set them off." "They've started a war because of an accident?" "You would be surprised what parents will do when they lose a child," Grayson whispered. "The pain is unbearable. Trevor spoke often of you in the beginning. You were the reason he held on as long as he did, and now I see you follow in his steps." He gently picked up one of my braids. "Looking at you now, I sense the same hesitation that was always in him." I clutched Dad's staff as I mumbled, "We came here to find him. I need help." "The balance?" "Yes, Trevor often had trouble with it too." "How did he do it though?" "Everyone I talk to says he found a way, but no one can tell me how. And each time I use my power, I feel it changing me." Grayson held out his hand, and I carefully let him take Dad's staff. "Your father is a kind-hearted man who truly believes in what we did. In saving people. Protecting the innocent." He told me quite often of how the shadow inside his mind longed to take control, fearing he would get himself killed if he did not listen to cold logic. "And?" Grayson sighed as he easily flipped the staff around, then offered it back to me. "He let himself be taken captive, instead of wiping out the entire house of soldiers and innocents, as the power wanted him to do." "What?" I asked, shocked. "He let himself be taken?" "There were innocents. He sensed their life forces all around him. If he'd attacked, his power would have drained every living being of life, and he could not live with himself. So yes." He smiled sadly. "The balance you seek will come to you if you have faith in yourself, and what you truly believe is right and good. Power is only power, but you control it. You have people who care and love you in your life?" "I do," I said, shifting slightly when I caught Chaz's slight grin. "And you love and care for them? Would do anything for them?" "I would. Already have," I agreed. "They are the ones you must focus on when you fight. That love, that raw emotion is what will keep you from embracing the ends justifying the means your power wishes to convince you is right," he explained. "Hold on to those feelings, the good, the bad, all of them. Only they can stop you from turning into a cold-hearted necromancer. So few were able to do the same, even those without two paths to follow. It's why they died out so quickly. They tore themselves apart." "Thank you," I told him. "For everything. I'm sorry for what happened." "Me too, child. Me too. Now you must go. Find your father and tell my nephew. Tell him I'm proud of him and I hope to see him again. Just not too soon." He stepped aside. Chaz waved one last time to his parents. I steeled myself, for what would happen when we got back to reality. Chaz took my hand and then we were off, running back to the street. The whisper of a voice started inside my mind. The shadow told me Grayson was wrong. But I did as Grayson told me. I held onto the emotions that made me who I was, and the voice quieted enough for me to think straight. I doubted it would always be this easy, but it was a start. "We need the door back," Chaz said as we reached our starting point. "Working on it." I held his hand in mine and shut my eyes, thinking of the door that brought us here, and how it would take us back to our bodies. Just as it was forming though, I stopped and opened my eyes. "Rori, what's wrong?" "Look, I have no idea what I'm feeling or thinking or what's going to happen, and the last thing I want is to be that girl, but I'll hate myself forever if I don't do this." "Do what?" I grabbed the front of his shirt and dragged him down so I could kiss him. I remembered my first kiss with Brogan. It had been sweet and filled with promise. When Chaz's lips met mine, his arms wrapped me up and he crushed me to him, as heat and cold met in a swirling storm of ice and flowers sprouting to life at our feet. The world spun, and I never wanted the moment to stop. It was crazy, it had to be all in my head, but everything in those few seconds was right. As we pulled back from each other, Chaz with a question in his eyes, I knew I had a very hard decision to make after we returned. I stood on my toes and kissed him one more time, briefly, then forced myself away and shut my eyes again. I liked Brogan, I did. He was sweet and funny, but after all we'd been through, all the bickering and the fighting and the cursing, something else had grown between Chaz and me. Something I refused to put a name to just yet. Something stronger. The door appeared in front of me, and I reached out a hand to guide us through. My mind was a tangled mess of thoughts Chaz would see and hear, but there was no time to block him from any of it. We had more information than we bargained for, and we needed to find Moran to tell him. We had names now, and if not a location for a headquarters of these cleansers, at least a direction. We passed through the door and settled back in our bodies. I opened my eyes to find lights flashing and an alarm wailing. Brogan was gone, and Chaz and I were instantly on our feet. "The cleansers?" "Damn it," he growled and took my hand. We bolted out the door to find Brogan, praying we weren't too late.
Chapter 13. Chaz. The outpost was a mess. Soldiers ran every which way, vanguard and cleansers alike. Rori and I had no time to say anything or ask what was happening. We started attacking the first enemy soldiers we ran into, all the while looking for Brogan. A hole had been blown into the corridor. We peeked out, only to find it was like we'd been transported back in time to a medieval battle between two great armies. All the while Brogan's storm rained down on them all. "We need to get down there." Rori told me to hold on. She aimed her staff forward, and a slide of ice lifted us off our feet, then took us down into the masses fighting below. She snapped her fingers and Merlin appeared at her side. "Brogan. Where is he?" I shut my eyes and reached for the connection to Brogan. It only took a second, then I latched onto his power. There was someone else already there, fighting alongside him, the way we did. A priest. My eyes shot open, and I nodded across the courtyard. Rori took on soldiers with her staff, shooting ice and shadow at all who got in our way. Merlin ran ahead, snarling and biting, dragging enemies to the ground as they screamed in a panic. I shifted into my bear and barreled into a line of soldiers, aiming for Brogan and the woman fighting at his side. She wielded a white staff, attacking with a fury of golden power, shooting out healing beams of light at the same time, boosting the vanguard around them. I roared as I neared. Brogan whipped around, throwing his arm up over his head at the sight of Rori and me. I shifted back, and he pulled me into a one-armed hug. Guilt tore through me because of the moment Rori and I had shared, but this was not the time or place to have that conversation. Rori rushed to him next, hugging him quickly as she glanced at the priest. "New friend?" she asked. "Bruni. A priest. She's our fourth," Brogan informed us in a rush. "Good news?" "More than we counted on," I replied. "Where are Moran and Agnes?" "Not sure. Our communications were cut off." Blade and the other commanders are inside working on pushing back the second wave. We're just trying to clear out the riffraff. Well then, care for some help? Rori asked with a wicked grin as she spun her staff around, bringing to life a frozen wind filled with ice. She slammed it onto the ground and ice shot out toward the oncoming line of soldiers, freezing them in place. Brogan and Bruni melded his lightning with her golden magic and knocked the soldiers back, through the fence. I shifted into bear form again. As one unit, the connection from Bruni completing our team without having to focus on reaching out for her, we attacked the soldiers. I thought when we used to work together just the three of us had been impressive, but with the added push of Bruni, we took on the soldiers with ease, driving back their line while we combined and fed off each other. Even Rori was able to control her necromancy, draining just enough life from the soldiers to make them turn and run. Ice chased after them, ensuring they kept on going and didn't come back. Yelling came from behind us. Blade was leading another charge out of the outpost, pushing back the other line of soldiers who had attacked. Electrical pulses started at the far end of the courtyard. Rori and I broke off to save the vanguard who'd been struck powerless. I lumbered into the line, swiping my massive paw down their fronts, slashing and slicing. Rori's furious yelling was behind me, but in the din of the soldiers trying for one last push, I lost sight of her. Brogan and Bruni were at my side a moment later. Together, we continued the attack, not letting them get any further, but our numbers were dwindling. More electrical pulses took down 4 and 5 of our fighters at a time, and we'd started to lose ground. When a whistle blew, I paused long enough to catch sight of a soldier waving for the enemy to pull back. I roared, chasing after a few as they retreated, then shifted back when I reached the fence. They were picking themselves up, grabbing their wounded, and hightailing it away. The only question was why. "What's going on?" Brogan asked, echoing my confusion. "Where are they going?" "I don't know." I glanced behind us. Our fighters were getting to their feet. Others were helping the wounded. There were quite a few dead. I growled. "Something spooked them." "Yeah, but what?" "I don't like this." "I don't either, but looks like it wasn't a total loss." I pointed across the courtyard. "Blade has a prisoner." "Good. It's about damn time we got some answers." "Speaking of answers, there's a lot we need to catch you up on," I said, then frowned, turning around and around. I looked across the courtyard, searching for a white-streaked head of hair, but couldn't find it. The rain was slowing, and as the clouds parted, I moved through the mass of our soldiers and the dead on the ground. She had been beside me a moment ago. I knew I saw her. I'd been fighting there with her. "Rori," I bellowed, chest tightening like someone was trying to crush me. "Rori. Answer me, damn it." Brogan frowned, yelling her name too. "Where is she?" "I don't know." I ran from one end of the courtyard to the other. Had she fallen? No, we would have felt her go down. Cursing and growling, I covered the entire area, then landed back where I started my search with Brogan. "She's gone," I whispered, horrified, looking into the crack in the barricade. "Rori's gone."
Chapter 14. Brogan. I should have been ecstatic. We saved the outpost. We found our fourth member, and it sounded as if Chaz and Rori had a successful trip into the void. Instead, I was furious, lightning crackling into the mud around me as Chaz growled at my side. Rori was gone. In the midst of the fighting, we'd been so wrapped up in pushing the soldiers back we hadn't even noticed she was gone. Taken. Just like that. And we'd let them get away with her. I'd taken a brief moment to introduce Chaz to Bruni, but he barely managed a nod. He was so caught up in his anger. Not that I was much better. Blade managed to capture one of the cleansers, true, but at what cost? "Moran's back," Chaz growled, and finally stopped stalking back and forth, making a rut in the mud. The truck pulled in and came to a jerking halt as Moran and Agnes jumped out, both looking confused and furious at the ruined outpost. Chaz crossed his arms over his chest. "About damn time." "What the hell happened here?" Moran demanded. "A lot, that's what," I said. Chaz stepped forward with a furious snarl. They took Rori. They came here and they took her from us. What? Moran snapped. Both of you inside now. Chaz looked ready to kill, but he pivoted and marched inside with Bruni and I behind him. I caught Moran's curious glance, but there would be time for us to celebrate Bruni joining us, if and only if we got Rori back. With each step my stomach dropped more. We had no known intel on any locations for the cleansers. How the hell were we going to find her? Moran stopped along the way to the war room to speak with Blade, telling him to take our new prisoner to a cell and ensure he was completely disarmed. Blade handed the man over, then followed us inside. The door to the war room had been blasted away, and Moran rubbed his head, looking more than ready to kill the next cleanser soldier who walked across his path. Explain now, he said, turning to Blade. As he launched into his explanation of the attack, I kept looking to Chaz. His hands rested on the table and he hung his head, shoulders stiff. Since he and Rori appeared, he had not met my eye. Almost like he felt guilty about something. I understood his anger at Rori being stolen away, but I sensed there was something else. They retreated after they took Rori. Moran asked. I assume so, yes, Blade snapped. Didn't even realize until it was too late. Damn it, Moran muttered. We have no way to track her. That might not be true, Chaz spoke up. We went into the void in search of Trevor Griffith, but we found someone else. A few, actually. This time he did look at me as he said, Grayson, we spoke to him, and he told us exactly who the cleansers are led by and where he thinks they're located. Wait, what? I asked, surprised. You spoke to him? We did. He was alive until 3 years ago when circumstances changed and Chaz cleared his throat. He took his life, he said quietly. I'm sorry, Brogan. He did say hello, though. I nodded numbly. All those years he was alive. How did no one know? The cleansers had him trapped in a cage, and he wasn't alone. Chaz shifted his gaze to Moran. Trevor Griffith is alive, sir. Moran's eyes widened as he sank into a chair. What? He's alive and still being held captive by the cleansers. Who else did you speak to while in the void? Agnes asked him softly. My parents. But they could only tell me a small amount of information. Grayson, however, was able to learn some things before his death. He gave a quick rundown of what my uncle told him and Rori about this Simon and Tabitha, why they started the war, but most importantly, where he believed he was being held for so many years. We have to go after her, sir, he finally finished. We will, Moran asserted. We will get her back, and we will save her father. He stalked toward the door, a crazed, determined look in his eye. He paused and glanced back at Bruni. Welcome to the team, Brunhilde, and then he was out the door. Brunhilde? I asked. Bruni shrugged. Not my choice. Why I go by Bruni? She sighed as she approached Chaz and me. Sorry about Rori, by the way, but I'm with you guys now. We'll get her back. She gave my arm an encouraging squeeze, then said she was going to find Jackson and Greg. To make sure they were all right. I stayed where I was, watching Chaz, waiting for him to speak, when he mumbled something about getting cleaned up and started to leave. Is there anything else you need to tell me? I asked. He stopped short. Chaz. He knocked his knuckles against the doorframe, then shook his head. Nothing. Just worried about Rori. We both are, but we'll get her back. I know, he replied. The weight of emotion in those 2 words told me lots. It didn't take much to guess what might have transpired between them in the void, and my heart sank a little. As much as I wanted to blame Rori's second path for why she pulled away, my heart told me whatever we'd shared together hadn't been strong enough to survive this chaos. That we were missing whatever was needed to take our relationship to the next step. Maybe with Chaz she could have that, but those were worries best saved for after we got her back alive. I said nothing else, and he left. Slowly, I walked around the room, mind racing as I realized with the information Chaz and Rori brought back, we'd finally be able to take the fight to the cleansers. We're coming for you, Rori, I whispered. Just hold on. We'll get you out if it's the last thing we do.
Chapter 15. Rori. There'd been once or twice during training when I wished I was dead from the pain shooting through my body after having my ass kicked by Moran or Blade. The agony I woke to this time was 100 times worse. I groaned, reaching for my head, but a force stopped my hand short. I jerked harder, but when my arm didn't budge, my eyes shot open to find I was trapped in a steel cage. Chains dangled from the top. My wrists were trapped in manacles. Electrical probes stuck out. What the hell? I mumbled as I glanced down. My ankles were in manacles too. My boots were gone, and when I snapped my fingers to summon my staff, nothing happened. Come on, come on. I focused on Merlin instead, but nothing happened. Panic set my heart to racing faster and faster, but as I peered into the darkness surrounding my cage, I saw nothing at all. Turning my head hurt, and I remembered being bashed in the skull with something heavy, then slipping into unconsciousness. The outpost, it was being attacked by the cleansers when Chaz and I got back. I'd been fighting them off and then nothing. Were they all right? Chaz and Brogan. Clearly I wasn't all right, but I could get out of this. I had to. I snapped my fingers again and ice formed at my fingertips. Good. Whatever they'd done to keep my powers at bay was wearing off. Focusing on the ice, it spread, covering my hand and reaching for the manacle. Just as crystals formed along the metal, and I let out a quiet cheer that I was going to get my ass out of this cage, lights popped on, blinding me. I cursed at the brightness, but it was the jolt of electricity shooting through my body that made me scream. My back arched, and the chains were the only thing holding me up. My connection to my frost, and the shadow within me, was severed violently. I sagged in the chains as the electricity was cut off. Can't have any of that now, can we? A woman said sharply from behind me. I gasped. Footsteps echoed around me in a room that only held a cage as far as I could tell. White floor, white walls and ceiling with what had to be a damned viewing window. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. And it wasn't just from the electric shock they'd treated me to. None of this boded well, none at all. Interesting. You are stronger than the other specimens, but don't worry, we'll break you before long. The woman with black hair pulled back in a tight bun wore a white lab coat, black pants and shirt underneath. Her eyes were hard, lifeless almost, but when she leered at me through the bars, they were full of hatred. Do you know me? I was about to say no, but all I'd learned from speaking with Charlie and Mel rushed back. This woman, I did know her, and smirked as I nodded. You must be the bitch they call Tabitha. Her leer fell, and she pulled out a small silver remote from her pocket. Manners are lost on your generation. I shrugged. Hey, takes one to know one. Right? Her thumb pressed the button, and I shrieked as I was shocked again, longer this time. When she stopped it, I hung limply in the chains but managed to keep a smile on my face. Before long you will not be smiling, she warned. I have plans for you. For all the ones we've captured. Oh yeah? You know I've been told I have quite the singing voice. My words turned into a scream that went on until I grew too hoarse to make a sound. When it stopped this time, I forced a laugh, reaching as deep as I could to find my well of power, but there was a wall between me and it, one I wasn't going to get through in this weakened state. That mouth of yours is going to get you in trouble. But she sighed heavily as if she expected this, like father, like daughter, I suspect. Terrible gene pool, really. What? I attempted to lift my head, but my muscles were weakened. My dad. He's here? But she refused to answer, and glanced up to the viewing window instead. I suggest you make yourself at home in your little cage. You will be our guest for quite some time. I tugged harder on the chains, fighting to get free as I screamed after her. I'll get out of here. Just you wait. They'll come for me. My dear, if they do come here, it will be because we want them to. I cursed and raged at her until she clicked that button again and my body gave out. Then the electricity cut off, leaving me hanging in the chains, hearing her footsteps recede. Then I was plunged back into darkness, alone in a cage with no way out.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.